A story I really like is a story of a drunk man searching for something under a streetlight. A policeman walks by. He sees this drunk guy is bending under the streetlight looking for something. So he goes up to him and he says, "What's up? What are you looking for? Can I help you?" The drunk guy says, "Yes, please. I dropped my keys. I'm looking for them." The cop says, "No worries. We will find your keys. I will help." He also bends and starts looking. After a couple of minutes, when he can't find anything, he turns to the drunk guy and says, "I can't see anything here. Where did you drop your keys?" The drunk guy points into the dark bushes 50 meters away. "I dropped it there," he says, "in those bushes." The cop now says, "What the fuck, man? Why are you looking here then?" And the drunk guy says, "Well, it's too dark there. I can't see anything there. So I thought I'll look where the light is." Now, after recording this episode, it struck me that this is the state of development economics today. We are searching for prosperity, but this is a difficult field and it's easier for some people to walk away from the problem to a streetlight below which they can see so that they get kudos for their clear eyesight. But the hard, wicked problem remains, and a large chunk of humanity remains in poverty. My guest today is a legend in this field, a man who is not scared of asking the big questions and who will continue to look for the secret of human prosperity and economic growth in all the right places. There is a lesson in this for all of us, whether or not we are development economists or drunk or even worse, both. The lesson is to keep searching for the truth and not take the easy way out.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is a legendary Lant Pritchett, a man so eminent that I've hesitated to call him on the show for years because I felt he's just too big a guy. And was I even worthy of speaking with him? Lant's papers, specifically his paper on India as a flailing state, have been part of my show notes for many, many episodes. Lant is a development economist obsessed with fighting poverty, with helping countries and societies move towards prosperity. He worked for the World Bank for a couple of decades, has written many seminal papers, has mentored many great thinkers, and is outspoken about the current trend in development economics. The trend of turning away from big questions because answers are hard and instead asking ridiculously small questions simply because they can be answered, even if they make no difference to the world. In my last episode, Rohit Lamba and I ranted a bit about our cities, but no one has made a more lucid and principled case against them than Lant has. They are a scam that diverts great minds and a lot of money from tackling truly important questions. I'd urge you to listen to this full episode for more, and I've linked many of Lant's great papers and books from the show notes. Please read them. Lant is one of the most important thinkers I've ever had on the show, which is why I feel kind of upset that I messed up the sound for this episode. I had to go to my friend Ajay Shah's office to do the conversation there while Lant was visiting India on a packed schedule, and I packed my boom arms, I packed my XLR cables, I packed my audio interface, and I forgot to pack my bloody microphones. So the sound is jugaru. I'm sorry for that, but the content is amazing. So do listen, but before you'll begin listening to this conversation, let's take a quick commercial break. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Verma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Lant, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thanks for having me.
Let me start by asking you a question you may not be expecting. If you look back on yourself 50 years ago, how would you describe the 15-year-old Lant as if it's a third person?
I think the 15-year-old Lant was reckless and irresponsible and how would I put it? Knew that eventually I would get around to being a mature human being, but was in no hurry to get there.
What do you see in him that can tell you that he would turn into you? What do you have in common with him? What seeds did he have that became who you are?
I think One of the things that I think has been really helpful in my career is a tremendous capacity for doubt. Both doubting what others told me and doubting that I myself had any special superior insights. And so I think I sort of early on would listen to what people, my teachers in school and et cetera, would say and think, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound at all right. Probably took that to excess in some ways. And second, I think an interesting feature that has proved not unhelpful, strangely, in the world of being a development expert is a sense of alienation. I always felt alienated from whatever social or other situation I was in, and so was slightly distanced from it. And I think that actually helps because you're always seeing things from a more doubtful, more other possibilities exist point of view. So I think those were already there when I was 15 years old. 15 is 50 years from 65. So I think those were there. I think lots of other irritating features were there as well that hopefully I've grown out of more or less.
So what was your childhood like? You've mentioned somewhere that it was a non-elite kind of childhood in terms of background. It was pretty different from all of the people who may be your colleagues today. What was it like? What were you doing in your younger years?
Well, I guess it was, standard middle America, 1950s, 1960s. Both of my grandfathers were blue-collar workers. My father's father had become successful later in life by starting his own construction company, but he was definitely a blue-collar worker. He started off as a cement finisher and spent years, as a cement finisher building the interstate across Utah. So he said that he really knew Utah well because he crawled across it backwards. My other grandfather was a kind of carpenter, builder. And then my father was first generation to really get a college education, became a lawyer, struggled, I think, to be as successful as he wanted to be. So we were kind of aspirational upper middle class, but not quite there. So I always felt like we were, my father was wanted his kids to play tennis, but we couldn't afford to be members of a tennis club. So it wasn't like I had a hard background, but I definitely had this sense that that my father had come from, working class roots and always at odds with, I think, himself, in that he wanted to both be part of the elite and be part of the working class at the same time. So, my mother made the decision to stay home and raise kids. So it was a kind of 1960s father, very ambitious, mother, devoted to staying home and raising the 5 kids. And I grew up in a small town of, I was born in Salt Lake City and then grew up from 8 to 18 in Boise, Idaho, which at the time was 100,000 people, kind of very small town atmosphere.
What kind of values did you grow up with? Like, do you think there's a difference in the kind of values one grows up with when one has that sort of a background, as opposed to, you could, be born in a different kind of place. Your parents could both be professors. You could already be part of the elite. It almost then seems part of your destiny that, he's going to go to Harvard and he's going to do these things and all of that. And that's really not the case with you. It's much more open. So, what were the values around you?
So one thing is, all of my family was Mormon. And Mormonism is this very odd Christian denomination in the sense that it's not standard Protestant denomination. It was founded by a young boy who claimed to see God and was persecuted. And then the Mormons, after Joseph Smith was assassinated, fled to Utah. So in many ways, I think of myself as a weird sort of first-generation immigrant, because it was really my the Mormons had basically retreated into Utah in the hopes that no one would come and bother them. And so became an enclave culture. And then only really with my father's generation, and more so my generation, did we reemerge into an engagement with the world. And so we had a lot of chip on our shoulder, we needed to prove ourselves. There wasn't any assumption that, mainstream America had very much and decisively rejected Mormonism as an accepted alternative. And so I grew up with very religious values. We went to church every Sunday. And I still go to church every Sunday. So that's one set of values. And then again, my father was, like I say, conflicted because he very much wanted to make it into the elite, but just couldn't make the jump from his background. And so drove us very hard as children. And it was gendered in a way we can get back to, but drove especially his boys very hard that, you should go out into the world and prove you're just as good as anybody out there, but from the position that you weren't. So it wasn't that you started from, you're from this background that proves that you're part of the elite or you expect to be part of the elite. It was more the elite hate you, so you have to be better than them to prove your worth. And so very, hard driving kind of ambition as vengeance almost. It was this odd sort of, we were driven to be very ambitious, but not because we shared the values of achieving the money or the fame. It was more to prove that we were just as good as anybody else. It was ex post. It was like I say, I think almost as a first generation immigrant background, the same thing that drives Indians to be very successful in America.
How do you think that outsiders' view sort of, shapes the way you look at everything you do subsequently in life? Because in all the things that I've done in my own life, I felt like I'm on the kind of on the fringes on the outside looking in. And even if I'm on the inside, it's like, I don't quite gel with the conventional thinking and so on. And that can play out in various ways. It can play out perhaps in a sort of bitterness that a lot of people who you don't agree with or are wrong, they are successful. You've got to fight from the bottom and so on and so forth. Or it could just result in a kind of apathy where you turn away from the system and you say like, fuck this, I don't want to deal with this. So, or you just put your head down and you work harder and say that, listen, if they're wrong and I'm right, that's my competitive advantage and I'm just going to keep on doing what I'm doing. So, and I guess especially when you're young, that can be a bit of a factor because there is the anxiety of wanting to fit in. You want to fit in with this crowd. But at the same time, you might resent them as well. So what was your mental landscape of dealing with this?
I guess, like I say, my mental landscape was, I felt alienated enough from my own background that I knew I just didn't want to stay and be an integral part of that. At the same time, I didn't want to shift. So I think of myself as optimally alienated in the sense that I can fit in with anybody. I come to India, I can fit in India. I lived in Indonesia, I can fit in Indonesia. At the same time, I guess I was inculcated with the belief that if you, worked hard and did a good job, the American system would reward that. And so it was possible for a kid from, a Mormon kid from Boise, Idaho to achieve anything they wanted if they just, worked hard. At the same time, like I say, that culture of alienation and doubt, I never, I was at Harvard off and on for 17 years, and I still refer to it as them. I never felt I was really part of that it's always hard for me to see myself as deeply part of the elite, even when I was in some ways functionally operating in that way. So at the same time, I didn't feel like I was excluded. It was like you could always, fit in enough that I could be there, but I never wanted to be, in some sense, one of them. So I wanted to be accepted, but accepted on my own terms. Never wanted. I wanted to leave my old club and join a new club. I was going to be equally alienated in both, but at the same time wanted to be successful.
And is there a sort of a what I've seen, especially in India, is I've done tons of episodes with people of various backgrounds, and I find that those who are of a similar background to mine, that is, English-speaking elites, grew up in a big city, there's always a layer they miss. Whereas when I speak to people who have had a more sort of vernacular education, who've probably grown up reading Hindi and Hindi newspapers or any language really, like Suyash Rai of Carnegie, who I believe you know as well, he's a good friend of mine, I find that they have an extra layer of perception and they take less things for granted, and they've just got a wider vision because they are coming in a sense from the outside. And it's almost a dual thing, that one is that, they're not taking the same things for granted, so they see a little bit more. And the other also is that there is a slightly greater hunger for truth and knowledge because, they're not complacent in any way. They have to make their place in the world. So was there some of that for you? And would that observation hold that if you are too much a part of the system, you can get complacent and stop thinking independently?
Yeah, I think I was certainly never complacent. And although I was... It took me a long time to realize that nobody really had the answers, in the sense that, if you grow up in a small town like Boise, Idaho, Boise, Idaho itself in American parlance is a joke of a place, and Boise is a joke of a town. If you want to make a joke about somebody from that time, you'll say they're from Boise. And I embedded some of that, thinking, yeah, the mayor of Boise, he's an idiot, but somewhere there were this cabal of elites who really knew and made decisions on the basis of superior wisdom. And it took me a long time to get to very near the top of academia to realize, no, everybody's just kind of bluffing along, and some of it's just going along, and some of it's having slightly better insight. But so I was never complacent that I was complacent. I was never complacent that I thought I had some superior access to truth. My high school education was a public high school that football was the main, American football was the main activity of the high school, with everything else being secondary. Terrible, so mediocre high school education. So I knew that I didn't have the truth, but at the same time, I was pretty confident nobody else did either. But willing to look and see what other people would say, but always with a very doubting, skeptical, immediately critical viewpoint. So.
What was your self-image? Like, what did you daydream about? What did you want to be? How did that evolve over a period of time?
So strangely enough, probably by the time I was 15 years old, I wanted to be a professor of economics. So I'm one of those people that, they say, oh, everybody's career takes a different path. Well, turns out my father was a lawyer, worked very hard, traveled a lot, had to wear a suit to work. And my uncle, my father's brother, was a professor of economics at Brigham Young University, the local Mormon university. And I went to visit him one time when I was a teenager, and he had this nice office full of books, and he wasn't wearing a tie, and he had this green Naugahyde reclining chair in his office that he would sit and read. And I would like, what do you do for a living? And he said, well, I teach. And it's like, well, you're not teaching now. Well, I teach about 9 hours a week. I was like, this is the job for me. So my wife sometimes teases me that for a guy whose ambition was to have an office full of books and a Naugahyde chair, you've been a lot more driven than you'll let on to be. So I think I always, from a very young age, I had the idea that I wanted to be an economist because I had, my uncle was an economist. I read some books about economics. It just immediately appealed to me as a way of thinking about the world where you could see with analytical structures things that weren't obvious and seen by others. I think the title of your podcast, The Seen and the Unseen, economics always has this sense that you're revealing reasons why the world is turning out the way it is that are, emergent outcomes that aren't obvious to the uninitiated. So it had that to it. So yeah, I wanted to be a professor of economics at BYU and have a green Naugahyde reclining chair in my office, which I still have never accomplished. So
You don't have a chair like that.
still have never,
Hopefully one of the listeners can organize it. Come on, this is the least we can do.
so never quite achieved that ambition.
So, I'm not an economist, obviously, but I love economics for the same reason that it is not some arcane dismal science, but it's a study of human behavior, and I absolutely love how it reveals things about everything. But the thing is, I think I stumbled upon that realization kind of fortuitously, and there aren't really so many books out there that help you get that. So I'm really interested in, what were the books you were reading, who were the thinkers you were interested that actually, like for me, it was a light bulb moment to realize that this frame that I am learning of scarcity and incentives and so on actually explains everything, right? So what was that journey for you of?
I think as a youth, I was, 15, 16, I was very clever, but not very intellectual. There was no real possibility of being that. Probably didn't even know what that looked like. And unfortunately, I wasn't good at sports, so there was really no path to success in high school. So I always saw being a professor as something I would do later. That said, I did read this book by Henry Hazlitt, Hazlitt, called
Economics in One Lesson.
Economics in One Lesson. And I read it probably when I was 15, and it just light bulbs, just every chapter. It's like, yeah, that's why it turns out like that. Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about that. Only just a few years ago, I came across that apparently was pathway into economics for so many people that I didn't even realize, I don't even know how it came to be on my shelf in my family's household. I didn't go out and buy it. But I realized it was a gateway drug, apparently. This book started lots of people on to, thinking about economics. But I would say that was probably one of the few kind of intellectual books I read about economics. And I think I read Heilbronner's Worldly Philosophers and a few other things, but much more interested in wine, women, and song at 15 than I was not a precocious intellectual, having read everything at 15 in the original languages.
So I got to tell you that Hazlitt's Economics in One Lesson was based on an essay by Frederick Bastiat called That Which Is Seen and That Which Is Not Seen, where I get the title of this show from.
Oh, my word. Yeah.
Yes.
Great connection.
They have kind of the same origin story. Yeah. Which...
because Bastiat was an early economist as well, I think.
1840s.
Yeah, 1840s. But definitely the sense that here was a structure of thinking that both was thinking about human behavior, but then also realization that social outcomes weren't exclusively teleological driven. That when you put a whole bunch of human beings together and they interacted in ways that were structured by rules or laws or various things they could and couldn't do, that what emerged from that was often determined at a deeper level than the will of any given individual. I sometimes, now much later, I sometimes give my students this thing that nearly all human beings live in two kinds of stuff. They live in baby ontology, in the sense that even a baby understands that there's agents in the world, and if you want to explain the behavior of agents, it's what they want. Why did the cat do this? Well, he wanted this, And why does my mother do this? Well, she has wants. She's an agent. And then there's stuff. There's tables and chairs, and they don't have a will. They do what their properties. And again, for me, the most amazing, intellectually engaging thing about economics is we recognize there's this third ontology. There's how stuff interacts, determines outcomes, that can't be reduced to the will of an individual. There's not and I think it's how our mentality is so dominated by this two kinds of stuff in the world ontology that we obviously master, and most human beings can live in you can be a successful human being and never realize there's a third level of ontology of systems that determines outcomes, that we still anthropomorphize it. So even Adam Smith say, oh yeah, the invisible hand. It's like, no, precisely not the invisible hand, because the invisible hand would involve there being an agent with a hand, right? And of course, Adam Smith says, as if by, but what people take away is, oh yes, I've now understood this in the ontology I understand, right? And, James Carville, this American political advisor, had this joke that when he came back in another life, he wanted to be the bond market because it was so powerful, which is, again, a joke about ontology, right? The bond market isn't an agent. That's its whole point, right? The bond market is the outcome of the operation and interactions of thousands of agents. And so thinking of the bond market as something you could come back as, again, is a reduction to, the two ontology, stuff and agents kind of reductionist of the world. So all of that is just started with, I think, the seen and the unseen. Most people just don't see the forces at operation that actually determine outcome, or they want to reduce them to this heroic individual wanted this, and therefore that explains outcomes. Whereas I think, the deeper social sciences, the historians, sociologists, economists are looking for, we know they're human beings and human beings operate in a human behavior way, but their behaviors are structured through laws, ways in which people are allowed to interact in ways that produce outcomes we could have never imagined.
I mean, another of my sort of great light bulb moments was understanding spontaneous order, the third ontology, as it were.
Exactly.
Reading Hayek's Use of Knowledge in Society and kind of figuring all that out. And it is both, I think, for any human being, it could be either beautiful or scary. It is beautiful because there is so much elegance in what is happening, but it is also scary because it destroys the illusion of human control. That, 95% of what happens in our lives, we don't really control, right? We just control the 5% and that's all we do.
Yeah, that is a very, very deep point. Because, if you are scared by the fact that, what happens to you is often controlled by whether or not China opened itself to the world economy and became the manufacturer location of preference, and that affects, your job in America, it's much easier to then blame individuals, that there are evil individuals who wanted this to happen to you or who didn't care about you or did care about you. If everything is the result of the wills and wishes of agents, then if bad things are happening to you, there must be people who wanted that to happen to you. And that leads to very desirable things. And again, I'm still a religious person, but I think there is an element of the religious impulse that it's attractive because you believe that, there's this spontaneous order. But above that, there's another level of agent that wants the best for the world. And again, I'm a religious person, but having been raised religious made me specialize in doubt of my own religion. And therefore, when people come to me with new fads and new things that I'm supposed to believe, I sometimes think to myself, if I could not believe my own religion, I can easily not believe yours.
Yeah, and one point I make, I'm an atheist, and one point I make is that all religious people are actually atheists of all the other religions that they don't believe in, right? So I'm just adding one to that list of hundreds of thousands.
I think that is always the most powerful argument against any particular religion, is you have to To be a monotheist, you have to be an atheist against all the other theisms out there. And it's like, I have been the odds, the odds that I just happen to have been born into the one true religious tradition in the entire world. I'm enough of a empirist and intellectual to think, well, would be odd if that were true. On the other hand, it is mine, and I've embraced it, and I continue to embrace it and continue to practice it on the premise that it's what I've always practiced.
So here's a question about the frailty of human nature taking off from the point about spontaneous order. Like, one of the laments I often have is that many of the things we know to be true about the world are actually unintuitive ideas. Like, spontaneous order is unintuitive because the intuitive thing is, that if it's top down, it's controlled, people do something. Agents want something, they do it. The idea of the positive sumness of the world. What is intuitive is a zero-sum view of the world, that if I want that deer, I have to snatch it away from you. Because our instincts, of course, evolved in prehistoric times. And this means a couple of things. One thing that it means is that these battles that we fight for liberty on the basis of these ideas about the truths of the world have to essentially be fought anew every generation, because they don't percolate down the culture as easily as all the intuitive and bad ideas. The follow-up from there is that the world is deeply complex. We have to make sense of it by telling stories about the world that are necessarily simpler than the world itself. And there is a danger that because of cognitive laziness, you will often, stop short at a story that is too simple, that seems to make sense, that could be fashionable, that everyone else believes. And I feel it's this combination of intuition and intellectual laziness, which is also rational, because why spend too much energy thinking about complex stuff, that leads people to hold bad ideas and not push far enough. What are your thoughts on that?
This idea of what's intuitive, I think, is very powerful because, as you point out, it's a very people's beliefs are often based on these unexamined intuitions about what ought to be the case. And like you say, zero-sumness is just much more intuitive some sense. And I think if you go back and, what's the single insight of economics, right, is I think nearly all people, if you said, I'm going to just organize people so that there's no controlling order other than you can't coerce other people and you can't, use violence against other people, and we're just going to let everybody do whatever they want. The reaction is that's chaos. That's got to be chaos. Nothing good can come of that. And so when economists come along and say, actually, an idealized description of that leads to actually good outcomes, because if everyone can just trade voluntarily with everyone else, they can achieve outcomes that emerge as if by an invisible hand that are actually better. It's a deeply the idea of spontaneous order is deeply, deeply counterintuitive in the way that, evolution was, for centuries seen as wildly counterintuitive relative to just so stories, or everything was created exactly it is now. So, and it does lead to like dangerous narratives that, if you really deeply believe intuitively that allowing human beings their liberty would result in chaos, then the narrative appeal that we need an order, and order is going to emerge. If it can't emerge from spontaneous, emergent and spontaneous order of interaction with people with liberty, the alternative is, top-down control by a single agent. The idea that there's either an agent or society somehow exists as an agent that compels others to, and that's what's necessary to produce order. That has proven a very, very dangerous idea.
But, that is an idea that not only has to be contested in the public discourse, but even among economists who really should know better, right? Like, I had an economist acquaintance of mine tweet out a few months ago that I wish less people learned economics from Henry Hazlitt's book. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I wish more people learned from that, right? Your starting at Hazlitt is a great starting point, but as you go deeper into the journey in economics, what is that like? Because I imagine when you're young, you're a teenager and you're going to college to begin with. You went to Brigham University. So, like, what did you study there? How were you developing your frames of looking at the world?
So my undergraduate experience was much different than most others, that because one of the things we do as Mormons is at 19 years old, all of the males especially are expected to serve a 2-year mission. And so I did just my freshman year of undergraduate, and then went and lived in Northwest Argentina for 2 years. And I think I would easily describe myself as at best a callow youth before I did that, and sort of not so intellectually curious about the world, but being in a different culture that wasn't mine, being in a historical circumstance in which I interacted with people who had been tortured by the existing military government in 1978 of Argentina. I saw the consequences in hyperinflation on people's lives of just badly misguided economic policies, which in some sense later I realized were elements of an unresolved social conflict itself. But by the time I returned to my sophomore year of college, I was not a 20-year-old. I was a 20, well, I mean, I wasn't. I was a 21-year-old who had lived on my own in a foreign country for 2 years, and I think therefore had a view that understanding the world was important, that really terrible things could happen in the world, especially to the powerless from uncontrolled, authoritarian governments, and that I had sort of had a vague idea I wanted to be an economist, but came back thinking the economics that matters is the economics of people where people don't have much money. I've never been particularly interested in the economy of the United States because the economy of the United States is an economy of prosperity since the time I was an adult, at least. Whereas, I had, as a proselyting missionary for the Mormon Church, you don't interact with the elite much. You interact with people who are interested in religion, and most people who are interested in changing the religion aren't people who are doing well in life. Very few people look around at their life and thinking, everything's going well for me. Let me join some weird American cult, right? So we interacted with a lot of people who were having very problematic lives economically and otherwise. And so I had seen what it was like for people to deal with hyperinflation, for people to deal with, not having, stable work. And so I think I came back incredibly more deeply curious about how things produce these terrible outcomes, and wanting to think about how could you play some small role in leading things to go in a better way. And hence, my entire future study of economics was geared to just preparing myself to be a development economist.
And I wonder how one sort of develops a sense of purpose through life. When you're young, you can do what you do for different reasons. One reason is you love something passionately, and that's a good enough reason to do it. Another reason could be that you're actually good at it and you don't mind doing it, and that's a good reason to do it. And then there can be this sort of sense that, hey, what do I broadly want to do? I broadly want to make the world a better place, and here's a subject I love, and this can help. So what was it like for you? Because it's very easy in hindsight, I know, to just put a narrative onto that and say, yeah, this is what I felt at the time. Whereas when we are young, a lot of the time we are just stumbling into things. But what was it like for you? Like, was there a sort of sense of purpose that came about then itself, or is that something that evolves and shifts over a period of time for you?
I think, again, I all the time I read things about, the idea that you have this common career that is what you wanted when you're youth never happens. Well, it did happen to me. I am 65 years old and I'm driven by roughly the same ideals and curious and use roughly the same tools I was trying to acquire at 21. I was convinced that economics helps you understand both human behavior and outcomes at the aggregate level of societies and countries better than and other tools I was amenable to. And I thought, I don't want to get into like any Peter Parker, with great powers come great responsibility. But I also felt like I had a privileged upbringing. I was insulated from the economic uncertainties that I definitely saw in Argentina at the time. And so I thought, here's something that I do that I'm reasonably adept at. I'm, reasonably clever intellectually, and which I came to have a belief that being better reasoned, better evidenced, more thought out ways of going about things could lead to better outcomes than worse ones. It's hard to study Argentina and not just see that you can make mistakes in the way you manage your macroeconomy that have horrific consequences. I think I did come off with a sense of purpose that has roughly driven me for, I think in some ways, amazing continuity in the sense of questions that drive me and the approach that I take to things. That said, it's spanned over a whole variety of things. Within the realm of development economics, I'm seen as way too broad in some ways that we can talk about if you want. But that said, I've never done anything but prepare myself and do development economics since I was 21 years old, professionally.
What percentage of your fellow economists that you encountered through your life have that sense of purpose?
I was quite surprised. So, so I studied at Brigham Young University, which is a decent but not terrific undergraduate experience. In part, it's a good undergraduate experience for training in economics because Brigham Young University is an undergraduate only university. So all the professors actually teach undergraduates as opposed to intermediating it with grad students and stuff. So I got a good economics training, and then I made it to MIT, and it was a shock to come to MIT because I had always, it had always been easy for me to be the best student in the class in economics. And I was probably only at MIT for maybe a few weeks before I realized I was not even in the top half in terms of underlying intellectual capabilities of the type that make you adept at being an economist. I wasn't even in the top half. And neither was I in the top half of a sense of ambition versus a sense of purpose. I had a much greater sense of purpose than I had of ambition. And so I think it was, and then this gets to the more particular answer. At 65, I think I have turned out to be a much more successful economist than anyone would have predicted among my cohort, because I have stayed in love with the process of doing economics and doing research, and I have stayed in the purpose of doing the economics I like to do, whereas lots of my colleagues who were clearly greater intellectual capability have kind of wandered away from doing what I regard as economic endeavor as an intellectual endeavor for a variety of reasons. So that was a way of wandering around saying, I think I both was clearly more dedicated to the science and art of economics as an endeavor, and more dedicated to that having some higher purpose than just career success than most of my colleagues.
That's actually a really good framing of an almost binary of ambition and purpose, because if I just reflect on my own journey, I think I was not as lucky as you to have purpose from the start. But I feel that I'm lucky to have made that switch from ambition to purpose at some point. And many people just don't make that. And I think that's a trap, because then you can, just get trapped in shallow waters all your life. And I think without purpose, not only is true success impossible, but happiness is impossible as well. Ambition alone, doesn't lead you anywhere. Would you probably agree?
Yeah, I think ambition is a very dangerous thing, because no matter what you do, someone will be better than you. If your ambition is to be the best, you are bound to fail. If your ambition is to be the richest, to be the brightest, to be the... whereas I think, if you take purpose seriously, you realize that, you're a relatively small cog in what you want to make happen in the world, and it's not going to be because of you doing anything, necessarily particularly heroic, but just you feel part of something, and other people who share your purpose you can feel part of and celebrate their success as well. So I think, it's much easier to live a life and be happy and fulfilled in a life of purpose than a life of ambition. A life of ambition, sooner or later, if it was an ambitious without purpose, it will feel hollow and shallow, and either you'll be continually driven, again, for more, but someone will always have more than you by a lot. Whereas with a sense of purpose, you can... I was just part of this large research project, and at one point, my comms team and my team that were meant to trying to achieve this change in ideas in the world, I bought them all a wood print of this Japanese artist that is called The Wave, and it's a very famous print. And I just said, look, if you're not part of a wave, you're just a drop in the ocean. But if you're part of a wave, you can be very powerful. So you should think of yourself as you're not the wave. A wave is just a collection of things that happen to be moving the same direction, but it can also, swamp everything. So I think, by having a sense of purpose, you can feel good in a collective action, much more than ambition, where it's always about you versus something else.
I mean, to take that metaphor perhaps too far, that, even ambition can lead you into the wrong waves. And by that, I think of, fads of the day, or fashions or trends like RCTs, which we can speak about later. But, then you join a wave for rational reasons because you're ambitious. That's how you get funding. That's how you rise in the profession. Maybe that's how you get a Nobel Prize. And, you continue down that line. And that harms the field. That harms the people.
Ambition without purpose is a very dangerous thing.
Before we talk about, finishing the PhD at MIT and joining the World Bank and all that, tell me a little bit outside of economics. Like, what else were you doing in college? What kind of music did you listen to? What kind of person were you?
I'm afraid that outside of economics, I'm just not an interesting person. I don't know that.
Everybody's interesting. I mean,
but, yeah, I mean, at one point I had my bio that said, I got married, I raised my family, and I was a reasonably good economist, and nothing else. I think in most ways I was very average. I think I kind of enjoyed the average kind of music. I like movies a lot. I, watch TV. I feel like it would be selfish of me to both to have more dimensions of maybe interesting than just one. So and then another thing that is related to Mormonism and other things is within a year after I was back from my Mormon mission, I was kind of a real man and got married. So I showed up, to graduate school already married for a year. So I think in terms of being a reasonably good husband is a pretty time-consuming thing. So if you ask what other interests, I was interested in being a good father, a good husband. Let me just, one, speaking of MIT, is like my first year at MIT, one of my fellow students, when it came up that I'd taken 2 years and been on a Mormon mission, he said to me, "Don't you ever feel bad that you wasted 2 years of your life?" And I said, "Really? Because tell me what you did as a sophomore and junior at your school. I'll bet you drank a lot of beer. I'll bet you went to some football games. And you think me actually serving and attempting to bring other people a message that they had the choice to accept or not, but concerned about, reaching out to other people and improving their lives, you think I was wasting my life?" And that's when I realized I just had a very different experience as a youth than I couldn't ever get into like the idea that I was behind in my study of economics and therefore I had wasted my time, whereas I felt I was coming into the study of economics with a much different approach to what I was doing and why I was doing it and what kinds of things I wanted to understand. So, yeah, I don't think most of my fellow graduate students understood what it was like to be, not just married as a graduate student, but we had our first child after our first year of being graduate students. My wife was also in a PhD program at the time, so we were both graduate students. Nobody could understand what the heck we were thinking having a child in graduate school.
One of my friends and recent guests on the show, Deepak V.S., said something that I found profound and it had me thinking for a while. He said, how you do the small things is how you do the big things. And I've been thinking about that, and I think that is so true, and I try to embody that as well, that the little small things that I do, the mindfulness I bring to that, the care with which I do that will percolate into everything I do, because at the end of the day, that's part of your character, it's who you are. And when you said that, I was focusing on being a good husband and a good father and all of that, I'll ask you to double click on that and talk about what it means to be a good husband, what it means to be a good father. Like what is the kind of intentionality that you bring into it? What are the small things you do within those domains and outside those domains that you think affect everything, including your economics?
So one thing, and start with, as an undergraduate, I had sort of said, well, I'm going to work and study hard enough to be the best student in my economics classes. And I got to MIT and I realized I could study 20 hours a day and not be the best student in all of my classes, much less any of the classes. And so one thing, I decided was I was studying to be an economist, but I was going to be the best economist I could be, working hard 8 hours a day, that it was a job, that I was a grad student, that was my career. And I realized that many people in academia especially, they get caught up in thinking, I'll work super hard and postpone other components of normal human existence in order that I can get a good job coming out of graduate school. And then they get a good job coming out of graduate school. And once they get tenure, and I made exactly the opposite decision. I said I was going to be, home from my graduate and have dinner with my wife every night. Every night we would have dinner together. That I was not going to, in the jargon of economist, I was not going to make my hours endogenous to achieve a given level of performance. I was going to make my hours exogenous and achieve what performance as an economist I could. So I think one thing is just time allocation. I just made a commitment that I was going to have, dinner with my wife. And when I was, now I did make a choice to be a development economist, which when I traveled more, so I'm not going to brag about, but, when I was working at the World Bank, I was home for dinner every night. And I think those are the small things, you can't that's a very profound thing. Is the way we do the small things is the way we do the big things, because it's hard to tell what's the small thing and what's the big thing, right? In the day to day. So I think one thing is I just made a time commitment that I wasn't going to let, you can always do more. You can always do more. And even in the periods when I was working at the World Bank or working academia where I had more work, I would I would stop, I would go home, I would be there for dinner with my wife and family at the time because, kids can't restructure their day around your work. And then if I needed to work more, I would go back to work. So sometimes early in my career at 10 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night, I would go back to the office. This was the days before laptops and work another 3 hours and come home at 1 a.m. But I structured my time so that what was regular was time, time from dinner time to bedtime was always just time that I made available, and that I was going to do the best job I could have by working the hours I was going to work, but I wasn't going to work the hours I had to work to maximize, in some sense, how good I could be at my job.
Tell me a little bit about the texture of your work, because even 8 hours a day seems a little daunting to me. But I think that, whenever I'm engaged in some deep work, that initial getting into it is difficult. But once I'm in the flow, I really love it. It doesn't feel like work. I mean, in a sense, there's an element of play to it. I'm just doing what I enjoy. And at other times, it's drudgery. It's just, so what was work like for you? Like, what did you do your PhD on? What were the things that you worked on? What intrigued you? And, what methods in those days before laptops and all that? How do you do your knowledge management? How do you find new information? What is your approach to what books to read? How do you read them? Give me a sense of, how the texture of those work days would go by.
So I think how I would characterize myself is I'm a middle-brow econometrician with a broad array of interests. And that has exactly, in some sense, the pattern you describe, which is most of my workday is structured by either a question that's occurred to me, or I've come on a new data set that I think has interesting aspects to it, or when I was at the bank, I was assigned to answer certain questions. But by being very empirically minded, I was always driven by the question, trying to make the interface between an interesting question and the empirical methods to address that question combine. And once I was in that flow, it was always, I don't know. I mean, at times it was tedious, but I don't know that it was ever drudgery. And often when I was in the flow, I could work extended periods just trying to make sure that I really understood what the data had to tell me about the question at hand. And I think I had, and, by being a development person, both time happens, so new stuff happens, countries happen, I work on different topics happen. I've never felt any drudgery that I had somehow played out the range of things that I could know about the topic I wanted to know about. And one of the things that is I've never had research assistants. So I still, at 65 years old, spend a lot of my day programming in a programming language that I use to analyze and data and produce graphs and results. And I still, we're in the offices of XKRD, XKDR, and the little curly Q brackets around X. I was like, oh, that X can be substituted into that expression. And Susan Thomas said, well, you're the first person that just immediately grasped that. And I says, look, I spent a lot of my time typing curly Q brackets around things in programming languages. So I think the for me, I benefited from the fact that what some people might call the drudgery of work was actually a part I enjoy a lot, because it's just a puzzle. It's like, I know this data, I always go into it thinking, I hope this data can tell me something interesting about the question I'm posing to it. And I want to make sure that I'm hearing what it has to say, but not overhearing what it has to say. I'm not looking for a particular result and then ignoring everything else. So just an amazing amount of my work life has been sitting in front of a computer and begging data to tell me stuff.
So when you say that, you have to be careful of not looking for a particular result.
Yeah.
And I think the problem with many people is that at some point in their lives, they start doing exactly that, start getting the data to tell them what they want to hear. And I want to ask about that part of the journey where you're forming your frames of looking at the world, because too often what happens is that we chance upon a frame, it seems to explain the whole world, and then we adopt it and we are rigid and we are dogmatic and our curiosity ends and our everything goes to hell. So what was that sort of period of finding your intellectual anchor like for you? Like, obviously, I'm guessing that the values would have come early, the values of liberty and freedom and everything that you would have got from Hazlitt. But how does one then, because there is also a danger when there is a balance between the rigor of going in really deep and getting granular with the data, with the coding, doing all of that, and losing sight of the big picture. But there is also a side that you get too attached to one particular view of the big picture, and then you don't show the same kind of rigor that you should. And
yeah, I think it's no fun. I mean, it's funner actually if you allow the data to surprise you, right? In the sense that I think I have always been driven by a sense that human liberty is a good thing. I think, and, if you said, do I believe that markets are powerful? Yeah, I believe markets are super, super powerful. That said, one can combine the belief that markets are super, super powerful, that if misdirected, markets can produce really terrible outcomes as well. So I don't think, being often the left and the right agree that markets are powerful and just disagree whether markets are structured to produce, benign and desirable outcomes. So I just think, the thrill is in many ways in the chase. And if you knew exactly what you were chasing and would only be satisfied if you captured exactly that, it's not really that interesting. So I think I worry that some people that have an ideological edge, even when they're working with data, they're slanting it to reconfirm their prejudices rather than maybe challenge them. Whereas, I went into certain things and was quite surprised by the results. Some things I've, the replication crisis that's affected a lot of social science, including economics, in part stems from your unwillingness to ask, is this result robust enough that I should put reliance on it? So I sometimes think you gotta be some combination of data mining and data undermining. Is like, what would count against this hypothesis? I one time did this. I one time did this interview with the New York Times, and a very interesting reporter who's written a couple of very interesting books. Matter of fact, when he first called and wanted to interview me, I went and looked, and he'd written this very good book about welfare reform in America, in which he had sort of embedded and followed, 3 welfare mothers in a very poor city in America. I forget whether it was Milwaukee, and one of them was a drug addict. And she came off as a very fully developed and sympathetic almost character. And so I called him back and I said, well, pretty sure that if you can make a heroin addict welfare mother a sympathetic character, you can make an economist seem like a sympathetic character too. But he was interviewing me and he said, now, you have this friend, William Easterly, who's another famous development economist, and you wrote this book saying that, foreign aid had positive policies, but only in these, good policy environments. And then he came along and wrote this paper that showed that that wasn't true. Weren't you angry with it? And I was like, what do you mean? Why would I be angry with it? Well, because, it contradicted what you had argued. And I was like, that's how science works. And that his paper was with new data, more years, more countries, different methods. And he was just showing that in this larger, expanded, newly available data, the result that had been found and that we talked about in our data didn't exist. But he didn't accuse us of fraud. He didn't accuse us of, manipulating the data that we had. He just pointed out that in this, different, broader setup, when he did the same analysis, he didn't find a different result. I can't be angry about that. And he was just like, you're kidding. You're not telling me the truth. And I was like, it had never occurred to me to be angry with one of my fellow colleagues for having an empirical finding that differed from mine. That would be dumb. So I think I've wandered off the point, but like I say, part of the point is not, look, if I had made the argument that X was true on the basis of what I took to be the best reasonable encompassing interpretation of the evidence, and somebody produces new evidence that contradicts it, you have to go with what the best evidence says at the time. So.
Can you remember the time when the evidence surprised you and made you reconsider your priors?
Yeah. So I wrote a paper one time called "Where Is All the Education Gone?" And, one of the canards widely held, if not wildly as well, held beliefs was that, expanding education and expanding schooling was going to be super good for economic growth. And I had the feeling that this wasn't as true as people were saying, but once I actually assembled the data and did the analysis, it was telling me that the impact of additional years of schooling on economic growth was exactly zero. Not smaller than we thought, but much smaller than we thought. And I spent a year, just saying this is very surprising, right? Because this this does not follow the conventional wisdom at all. And it wasn't a conventional wisdom. There are other papers that I went into strongly believing the conventional wisdom was wrong and that I had an empirical technique that would show that to be the case persuasively. But in this case, I was very much surprised by how robust and how precise and accurate the zero was. The data was saying really zero. I really mean it. Lant, it's not just small, it's really zero. And so, yeah, I think that surprised me. I kind of had the sense that it was smaller than people thought, but I had no idea it would be zero. And it took me a long time, again, to see if I could data or undermine the result and understand how could that be so. Because, by the way, the macro finding was going up against a lot of maybe the best documented fact in all of economics, if not all of social sciences, that people with more education make more money. So if people with more education make more money, how can it be that if entire society gets more education, its overall productivity doesn't go up? Anyway, so yeah, I think I was very surprised by that. I was also, I wrote an early paper on social capital Robert Putnam had written a very famous book about Italy, arguing and showing pretty persuasively, I thought, that features of the society led the government, even though it was formally a bureaucratic government, that the government worked better in places in Italy that had deeper, what could be called social capital. And so I had this data set opportunity come where somebody had generated data that really allowed us to sharply distinguish between whether social capital was a personal effect, like to some people, you might call it social capital if you had a rich uncle or if you had lots of network connections, your well-being would be higher. But what we were interested in were collective outcomes better. And it turns out this colleague of mine on this paper had generated a data set where we measured in the same villages in Tanzania outcomes for one set of people and then measures of associational life and social capital for another group of people. So we could see, did these people's associational life and social capital affect the well-being of other people in the same village with them, which was, again, a very powerful test because it wasn't, if you go to church, are you better? It's, if you go to church, am I better off? And I was very surprised by the data because the data came back with just implausibly large impacts. So if there was more associational life, other people in the villages were better off by just what, I very much try and translate the numbers into practical things. So, it's easy to build an index of this and an index of that, but it was like, wow, like if people on average, 10% more of them go to church, the impact on the income of other people in the village was just enormously large. That was very surprising to me. I have to admit, I went into it thinking, I'm not really sure this is true, but it was just a very powerful result that, again, I couldn't shake the fact that it was more. I always start with some feeling of kind of what I expect, because otherwise, the world's a blooming, buzzing confusion. It was way bigger, way stronger than I thought it would be. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, these are great instances. Tell me about academia, because one of the things that Ajay keeps ranting about and that I keep ranting about as well is how academia has deteriorated in terms of the original purpose of the pursuit of knowledge and truth, how orthodoxies develop. There are ideological fashions that you have to follow, and that determines where the funding goes, etc., etc. You also then have intellectual laziness. Young people tend to follow their ambition rather than purpose, because most people have more ambition than purpose. I mean, and for the young, that is natural. Yeah. And what was your journey through academia like? Like, were there things that disillusioned you at a point in time, and did it become worse?
Well, I had a very big. I think I had a very big advantage in the long run by not getting a good academic job coming out of MIT. I mean, again, coming out of MIT, I don't think, rated even. I was probably in the bottom third of my class in terms of where my professors thought we deserved jobs. So I didn't get a good academic job. And I had always wanted to work for the World Bank once I had decided I wanted to be a development economist. So I didn't go back into academia until I was 40 years old. So I always tell people I wasn't raised in academia. I was trained in academia and then worked in a different environment. And here's a great story about the difference between working in research, but in a practical organization like the World Bank and working in academia. Because I had written I'd actually worked a year at the World Bank after my third year of graduate school. So I worked just kind of as a research assistant in a unit of the bank. And they had these macroeconomic models that they would use to form structural adjustment programs. And one of the key empirical things you needed to know in order to create a macroeconomic model of how much financing was needed is you would need to know if growth was going to be this big, how big would imports need to be to sustain that growth. So a relationship between GDP and imports was an important parameter. So this fed into models that you would literally use to calculate the financing gap that the IMF and the bank would then try and fill in a closed, blah, blah, blah. Okay, don't want to get, I'm sure your readers probably don't want to hear too much about the exact mechanisms of what a macroeconomically closed model looks like. But we had to find this number. It was a number, right? And it was just the elasticity. And I spent, a year and a half, running regressions and estimating, and had applied state-of-the-art econometric techniques and done it, estimated this number for 60 different countries, and then done da-da-da-da. Okay. So then I presented at my new unit in the World Bank, and I started in, with what I now call the mystery novel, or the police procedural report of research. I did this, and then I did this, and I'm like 5 minutes, maybe 7 minutes in, and Mike Finger, this at the time 55-year-old old hand, said, "No, what's the number?" And I was like, "Well, before we get to the number," and I wanted to go back and show off and how all this sophisticated new econometrics, and started to talk, well, before we get to the number, we need to think about the specification tests and the stability of the, and he said, son, what's the goddamn number? And I said, 1.25. Thank you. Now, tell us how you got to 1.25 and why we should be persuaded. And it was a very deep lesson, because they actually needed a number. They didn't care about method. They didn't care about the exact way I'd arrived at it. They wanted to first know the number, and then they wanted to know the method. How did you come at that number in a way that I should give credence and credibility and reliability to this number that we have to have some number in the model, and why should we use yours? And so that was what it was like to grow outside of academia. You didn't nothing about method. It's like, what's the goddamn number? It's like, okay, 1.25. Okay, that makes sense as a number. So I didn't grow up in academia, and I think it was very good for me, because, people actually needed answers to questions. I remember one time, I'm on a World Bank mission, and we can get back to the fact that I went on a Mormon mission and then spent my life with the World Bank going on missions, and that
different religions.
Different religions, exactly, occurred to me way more than once. Best possible interpretation of a development agency. They are driven by purpose, but anyway, so I'd gone to Paraguay, and part of some broader education study of Paraguay. But at one point, the Minister of Education said, look, I really, teacher wages have tripled since the end of the Stroessner authoritarian government. Teachers had been persecuted. And so in the new democracy, their wages had tripled. And I want you to, we have to negotiate how much we're going to pay teachers. And it's a huge decision for our budget. I want you to, are teachers in Paraguay now overpaid or underpaid? Okay, there's no, I want you to, do the fanciest possible thing. I actually need a concrete answer to that question, because I need to know a factual basis and some ability to negotiate with the teachers union over the next month, right? And I need to know what's the range of, I think being confronted with concrete problems that required solutions was a very different approach to research and what one was doing than, thinking what's the next greatest economics paper that could be written. without thinking through why would that be important to anyone? Because disciplines do acquire their own internal logics, and the amount of research that's driven by questions about the economy versus the amount of research that's driven by questions about economics is kind of embarrassing. A lot of economics is about economics. If I tweak this assumption, or if I do this estimator versus that estimator, do I get different results without any sense of, is this a question that's interesting? Is this a question somebody wants the answer to? Is this a question? So not being raised in academia, I end up in some weird way, maybe a little less cynical about academia than others, because it didn't blight my life. I didn't have to, devote my years from, 29 when I finished my PhD to 40, chasing a good, secure 10-year job. So on the plane, I just read a paper that, a junior academic had sent me, and I really want to send him. You ask for comments, and I was like, my first comment is, "What's the goddamn number?" Like, you've got, you have to organize for me what's important here, and like really tell me up front what's the goddamn number. I think it was the best comment I've ever got.
No, and it's a great comment that also, illustrates how, that there is an instrumentality to that kind of research, that it has to relate to the real world and have an outcome there.
Yeah.
And my sense about a lot of academia is that it's unrelated to the real world.
Yeah.
It is just, it is, like I call it just a big circle jerk. It's academics talking to other academics, and there's no relation. I just did an episode with, Shashi Verma, who runs transport for London. And he tells me that a lot of the papers that come out about transportation or urban planning or whatever are just bizarre, because they are in some fantasy universe with made up rules and have, again, no relation to reality. So here's another question. You mentioned earlier that some people criticize you for being too broad, whatever that is. And I often think about the sort of the trade-off between breadth and depth. In the sense, one of the sort of criticisms of academics is that you tend to get into silos and you get hyper-specialized, and there is an incentive for novelty, so that drives you further into hyper-specialization, etc., etc. But even otherwise, even outside of that particular game, just as anyone who wants to pursue knowledge, like I face that trade-off myself no matter what I do, that at one level, you want to be broad, you want to be multidisciplinary, you want to build a lot of frames onto bear at something, and you want to be able to see the big picture and see the broad foundational principles. But at the same time, the worry is that then you get too shallow in each of the detailed things. And you also want some depth of knowledge so that you don't make basic mistakes when it, comes to a particular area. And my sense is that even within economics, academic fashions have taken a lot of the field into really narrow areas and lost the big picture completely. So what was your view towards the kind of work that you wanted to do? Because, what were the kind of questions that excited you when you were young, and the kind of questions that you then came to define as the ones you would pursue all your life?
So I think there's like three different strands to my answer to that. And if I could preface that with a follow-up on the Paraguay. So it turns out, so I did this research, I, used 4 different ways of analyzing teacher wages, and I had concluded that teacher wages in Paraguay were already at the upper end of what wages would need to be to attract, a competent and quality teacher labor force, and hence they probably didn't need further dramatic increases in wages. Wrote all this up into this little 12-page memo, and on the last day of the World Bank mission, gave it to the minister of Paraguay, and he, read through it, and we talked a little about what I was arguing until he understood it. And he said, what time is your plane? And it's the last day. I said, well, it's not late. It leaves at 11 p.m. He says, well, you've been really helpful to me, and I like you. I'm not going to leak this to the teachers union until your plane leaves the country.
Wow.
Well, that goes to show I've written something that, is going to contribute to a hot debate. This is actually adding the evidence base to something that's high stakes and consequence. People wanted to know the answer, and he was a savvy politician. Later ran, I think, for president of Paraguay. He realized that he was going to use me as the bad guy, but he was going to do me the favor of waiting till I was out of the country before he said, evil World Bank economist says no to teachers, which put him in a reasonable thing. So, I think this is part of, you want to feel you're part of a live and active debate outside of the world of just academia. Second thing that drove me is, again, this is a sense of alienation and doubt. I believe that people just sometimes had wandered into beliefs that turned out to be false. So the belief that, just expanding education was having this empirically important impact on growth turns out to be just false. And until we recognize that, it was...
In fact, isn't the causation the other way around? If you get economic growth and then you expand education.
Exactly. And by the way, it's worse than that. And this is an aside, but what's actually happened is that, and here's an amazing statistic, two amazing, a specific and then a general version of the same statistic. Right now, Haiti has, the average adult in Haiti has much more schooling than the average adult in France had in 1970.
Wow.
Yeah. So, in fact, at any given level of GDP, levels of schooling have gone way up. So it's gone, if you think, yes, naturally, as you get richer, you move along this schedule of having more education. But in fact, the whole levels of education have shifted up. About half of the increase in years of schooling in the population has been increases for countries at the same level of GDP. Even if your GDP is constant, your level of schooling, which is the general fact of the Haiti-France comparison, is that in 1960, a country with 6 years of schooling had GDP of $10,000. Now a country with 6 years of schooling has $3,000 GDP per capita. So the amount of GDP being produced with the same amount of schooling is actually much less. So, and those are just obviously the flip sides of the same thing. So yes, a lot of the causation goes from just getting richer to more education. In addition, for a variety of reasons, we've gotten a lot more years of schooling, even at the same levels of GDP, which means conversely, every country in the world is producing much less output per unit of schooling than they used to, a lot less, which is a big, deep puzzle that I still don't fully understand and hack away at every now and again. But second point about research is I was often motivated by saying, where are people largely wrong? And I worked early after I'd been at the bank. After I'd been at the World Bank a couple of years, Larry Summers came to the World Bank, and he brought me into his front office in a quirky kind of way. And Larry Summers, you might have heard of before, is a person who has strong opinions and doesn't always hew to the orthodoxy. So one of the things he set me to working on was, at the time there was this belief that expansion of contraception was going to lead to much lower fertility rates, which would lead to less population growth, and population growth was a danger. So this would be a good thing. And it just didn't seem to make any sense to me that, people have known how babies are made for thousands of years, and kids are really a huge decision and a lot of investment. It just didn't strike me as that plausible that just the availability or not of contraception was going to lead to big, big differences in fertility rates. And so I actually wrote a paper arguing that, and quite persuasively, that once you take into account the number of people that women say they want, the availability of contraception had almost no impact on the total realized fertility rates. So, and this was the claim that expansion of contraception access was going to be a big deal in reducing fertility rates was a hugely I mean, entire advocacy organizations and NGOs were built on that belief, and it was just false. They had just gotten causation completely backwards. So I was saying the second thing is, like, I've often been driven by looking around and thinking, where is the conventional wisdom just completely conventional and not at all wise and just wrong? And is there a way of marshaling evidence and data in a way that will persuade people to change their minds about this? So that's the second thing. And the third thing is, I've always thought that a lot of the big questions are just about economic growth, because economic growth that's reasonably broad-based, meaning not massively, not that it goes to billionaires, but goes to, in general, the population, just endows people with more resources to spend on things that are important to them. And one of the things about being poor is you're spending money on, necessities and basics and things that are important. So I think oftentimes my research has circled around to this big question of what really leads countries to be successful in having sustained expansions of productivity and higher standards of living measured by economic things. So I've circled around that question. And so which has kept me kind of on a set of big picture questions and away from delving too much into the micro. Yeah. And there's an economist named James Heckman at University of Chicago, who is the paradigm pinnacle of knowing everything about wages and their determination in the United States. He's just worked with all of the available, wage data sets in America. I just stand in awe of the guy in terms of his depth of knowledge. It's so completely specialized. Hasn't written about anything else ever. So I have a ton of respect for that, but I'm just not predisposed to do that. I'm too distracted by, and in part of the distraction is, like I say, by not growing up in academia, I didn't have complete control. So I ended up moving to Indonesia in the midst of an economic crisis that had caused all kinds of unexpected shocks. And I was assigned the task of, helping the Indonesian government construct and finance social protection programs. So I ended up, while I was doing that, becoming interested and working on those questions. So, partly research was just driven by, I really want to do a good job of this. And while I'm doing a good job of this, I probably should be both understanding what I'm doing and building the data to kind of reflect what I'm doing. So I ended up writing a series of papers on social protection and safety net programs that probably wouldn't have written had I not just pitched up at a certain time and place and been given a certain career assignment. So, and very rarely have I been handed a question that it seemed like the conventional wisdom completely exhausted the wisdom to be had.
A bunch of things to double click on. And one of them is, you said that one of the things you enjoyed doing was figuring out where people were wrong and, working on that and looking at the data. Are there types of wrong? Like, are there typical categories of errors that, people would make? Like, one category that I imagine would happen is that, especially if you're in a place like the World Bank where you're actually doing stuff as opposed to just doing research, is that you could be overemphasizing what is measurable as an intervention rather than making interventions that are more nebulous and long term. So that's like one category that I'm just thinking aloud comes to mind. Yeah. So are there categories of mistakes that you've seen people making?
Well, I think one category of mistake is underestimating long-run impacts by looking too exclusively at short-run impacts. So early in my PhD was mainly on trade issues. And one of the big debates in development has always been sort of pessimism about prices driving imports and exports. And I've always just thought, well, wait a second, it won't, if we change the exchange rate or exchange the relative price of imports, it won't change imports because all our imports are necessities anyway. So there's no flexibility in it, or all our exports are, minerals or crops. And so if we change the, rewards to exporting, we're just going to transfer money to people who are already exporting. So not seeing, though, that there are long-run consequences, that, yes, it's not going to change a lot over the next 6 months or the next year, but, over the next 5 years, you're going to have radically changes that we're not going to necessarily predict exactly where or how, but are likely to occur. So I think, one of the things is people are often trapped in the local. And if you say, relative prices are going to make a difference in outcomes, they're like, no, outcomes are kind of fixed. And there's no other way to, changing input prices won't change, what producers do because there's only one way to produce this. And it's like, no, you're just looking at an equilibrium that has emerged in a range of relative prices. But if relative prices changed a lot, you would see radically different adaptations. I remember, I was thinking about this issue of response to relative prices. And as I was leaving on a mission to Malawi, Africa, I drove out the highway to Dulles Airport, which has like many highways in America, has a grass median strip in the middle that was being mowed by tractors, huge tractors, I don't know. Okay. And then just by chance, I land in Malawi and I'm taking the, taxi in from the airport in Malawi, and there's a median grass strip in the highway, and just one guy is cutting the grass with a bent piece of angle iron that was sharpened. And I was like, if you think people don't substitute labor for capital, you just haven't seen really big differences in labor and capital. You're localized. You've only seen one kind of organic, stable equilibrium emerge, and then most of your life has been spent in that very slowly changing equilibrium. But if you changed relative prices a lot, yeah, things would be radically different. People would cut grass with angle iron as opposed to a $100,000, 20-foot multiple blade tractor. So I think underestimating the long run effects of consequences of, commitments to long run change to relative prices is something that, I remember reading early in my career, P.T. Bauer arguing against this export pessimism by saying, you realize there was no rubber in Malaysia, right? And then rubber became an industry, and all of Malaysia's economy became structured for a period around the production of rubber. So it's like how you say that relative prices don't affect outcomes in a major way. You just haven't, again, you haven't seen big enough, long-term enough changes. So, but, I think in general, just I have a bias that people radically underestimate how assiduous people are at pursuing their interests, and that the assumption that people can be made a lot better off by forcing them to do something they're not now doing, I just have seen repeated again and again and again. And it just more often turns out that you just care really, you just care more strongly about this than other people do. Not that other people are making systematic mistakes. I always, for years and years and years, I would go to the barber, and the barber would say, your hair would be so much more vibrant and healthy if you use this product. And I would say, you care more about my hair than I do. I'm not using the product. I don't care that. I mean, yes, I have heard you. I have understood. And I believe you that my hair would be would be superior hair if I use this product. But I'm not using the product because I don't believe that. You've obviously self-selected into hair care. You care more about hair, and including my hair, than I do. But that doesn't make me wrong about my hair. So again, I think the desire to believe that.
Can I think of an example of this?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Cook stoves. So, and this is a good example because an Indian woman actually working with Devesh Kapoor, who's one of my favorite people in the world, an Indian. I hope you've interviewed him sometime.
Not yet, but I should.
You should. One of my favorite scholars. Anyway, PhD student of his just wrote an article about cook stoves. So, indoor air pollution is a big problem. When you burn wood in a inadequately ventilated space, it causes, health problems. And there's no question about that. And there's been 3 waves of people coming in with improved cook stoves that were solar or used some other fuel or you had some different ventilation mechanism. And every time there's this huge enthusiasm that people just don't know the advantages of improved cook stoves. And it turns out the product never really meets all of the needs for which people use a cook stove, including like the flavor of food, how fast you can cook the food. Life is complex. Everybody's life is complex. Every task is complex and has multiple purposes. And so, she documents these, irrational exuberance in development was the title of her dissertation of, 3 different times people would come in with these new improved cook stoves. It would attract a lot of attention because, it dealt with women's health and dealt with other interests. They would promote it. And then it would just die because people wouldn't do it. People just didn't like what you had. And kind of at the end of each of these fads, economists would come along and say, this is just a market. If your cook stove were really a superior product, why can't you just sell it to people? Why do we need special subsidies? Why do we need special campaigns? And then 10 years would pass and the generation that had the disappointment of it not working would disappear into other fields. And then the fad would pick up again because it's an attractive fad. So, yeah, I think the human tendency to believe that they have come up with a solution to other people's problems that just is in part a confusion and failure to fully understand other people's problems. So I think cook stoves or improved cook stoves. At least 3 different rounds of enthusiasm on this, and I was at the Kennedy School 10 years ago, and one of my colleagues said they were going to write a paper on improved cook stoves. And I was like, I'm old, so I remember not just 1, but 2 rounds of this enthusiasm. Same thing, by the way, just huge amounts of this in agriculture in Africa, when the white settlers would go, well, why aren't you doing this? And why aren't you doing that? And the improved way to do it, meaning the way we do it in our circumstances, in our climate, is this. And then, it would take several tragedies for people to realize that often the African practices had superior robustness to climate, to weather change or intercropping. Crops actually had big advantages in terms of weeding times. And so anyway, I think I could just, especially in the field of development, just time after time after time of, believing that you knew better than other people about how to improve their lives. It's just
Endemic.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you that, one day an improved cook stove will take over the market, but it'll come naturally from the bottom up as a response to demand from some crafty young entrepreneur and not be paternalistically imposed. But, so here's a question.
Yeah.
Is that kind of paternalistic thinking that we can figure out what's good for people and tell them the solution and make it happen? Is that also sort of perhaps ingrained in the mission of the World Bank itself? Like, what was the World Bank like? Like, was there sort of like a journalist will often speak of a publication's house style, like The Economist has a house style, NYT will have a house style. So was there a house In journalism it indicates a particular style of writing, but what I mean it is in terms of perhaps ideology or philosophy or way of thinking or however you put it. Was there like a house belief in that sense, whether of doing things or looking at the world?
The World Bank, particularly the rhetoric of what the World Bank is about, has radically shifted over my lifetime. The World Bank was set up in the post-World War II era to help recently decolonialized countries deal with their economic situation, which was, at the time, the belief was they needed a lot more foreign exchange and they needed a lot more capital. And so I don't think that, and it wasn't, the mission of the World Bank was about helping countries develop. It wasn't about helping poor people. So I actually think a lot of the more recent stuff about nudges and behavior and, poor people making bad decisions under stress, that's incredibly more micro-paternalistic than the World Bank ever was. The World Bank was a macro institution about country-level development, and it might have had ideologies, but it wasn't necessarily a micro-interventionist, cook stove-ish, we're going to, and I just wrote a paper, about, poverty reduction efforts that has like the most amazing insulting thing. Like they did a paper where they had some cash transfer program in Niger. So Niger, one of the worst countries by any country development in the world. And they did an experiment that had two treatment arms in the current jargon. One was adding to the cash transfer a capital grant, and one was what they called a psychosocial intervention. And they showed that this psychosocial intervention was massively cost effective because it had a demonstrable but small effect on incomes and was super cheap. And I just thought, first of all, people who are poor in Niger are poor because they're in Niger, and they're poor because of the choices they have, not because of the choices you make. And this article, which had 11 economists as co-authors, including several of the highest profile Western development economists in the world, the idea that you're focusing on reducing poverty in Niger by psychosocial interventions with the poor in Niger is obscene. It's just obscene to think that people in Niger are poor because they have some pathological decision making, as opposed to they're in rural Niger, for God's sake. How are you going to fix that? And if you don't have any useful advice on that, and maybe you don't, but what are you doing? So I think this micro-paternalism is much more a fad of having shifted towards imagining that you're going to help individual poor people versus countries. A. B. I, again, didn't grow up in academia. I worked in the World Bank and then went to Harvard. Compared to the Kennedy School of Government, the World Bank is the most intellectually diverse, open debate place, 10 times more. So, yes, the World Bank had some house style, but it was hardly dominant in the sense that, A, the reality of the projects the bank did and what it actually lent government's money to do, which was its core line of business, and what it said was often very huge. So yes, like The Economist magazine has a house style, a very interesting and engaging house style. The World Bank in its public rhetoric had a house style, but first of all, the gap between the rhetoric of the bank and the actions of the World Bank was often huge. So it wasn't often even following its own advice. And then second, the range of views and the quality of the debate about the range of those views inside the World Bank, I was impressed by before and way more impressed by once I went into American academia, where the range of views was actually incredibly narrow. I mean, by being a global organization, the World Bank has people that had grown up in India, people that had grown up in Pakistan, people that had grown up in Africa, people that had grown up and hence came with radically different education, radically different life experiences, radically different value systems. And so, I think the World Bank from the outside is often perceived as this very homogeneous, thinking organization. But inside, it didn't look like that at all, to me anyway.
Let's take a quick commercial break and continue on the other side. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs Rs 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just the willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm still chatting with Lant, Pritchett, and what I'm going to do in the second half of this podcast is I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions from a position of extreme dumbness, where I will ask you to assume I know nothing about the subject at all and ask you to explain it to me like I'm a second grader, which of course is possible with your lucidity. So, and the first of my questions is this, that what is development economics, and take me through the journey of how it has evolved through the decade, including that moment in time where you really come into it in the late 80s, you study it in MIT, you join the World Bank, and then how it evolves in that period afterwards. And just take as much time as you want, but give me a sense of the arc.
So I think, given that in this conversation we've used the word ontology already, it's a very fancy word, but sometimes useful. I think part of the arc of development, and I'll start with development more broadly than just economics, which is a subset of development. I think, unfortunately, in a large part of academia, there's been an ontological shift. So what I take development to be is the ontological unit of what develops is a country. If you think of development, it has this sense of dynamic of something becoming more like the ideal of it. So a tadpole becomes a frog without any change of this ontological nature. The development of a tadpole is to be a frog. And I think the ideas early of development were that in these newly colonialized countries, although lots of developing countries weren't, colonialized like Latin America, weren't colonialized at the time. But the early ideals of development was that these newly colonialized countries should become developed countries. And I think that was conceptualized as, maybe this is ex post and this is my version, as a fourfold transformation. A country was going to get a more productive economy so that it, at higher and higher levels of an output. It was going to make a political shift to where the people who controlled politically the country were more responsive to the needs and wishes, sort of a transition from subjects to citizens. It was going to make an administrative transition, so the government would become more capable and more able of implementing and carrying out and effectively what things a government need to carry out. And one could have a huge debate about what one wants the government to do. But there are certain functions that we all agree they should do, and they should do them better rather than worse, and that requires organizational capabilities. And the third was there was going to be a social transformation in which more citizens were treated equally by rule of law. There was going to be less kind of affiliation with kith and clan and personalistic differentiation and more equal treatment of citizens. And if not exactly equal, the idea that all citizens were something and shared something like a national identity over smaller identities was another big transition of a developed country. A developed country had citizens who expected equal treatment. So if I said, what was development about, and in particular, what did the political leaders of the newly developed countries, what did Nehru think development was, right? What did Nkrumah in Ghana think development was? They had something like this conception in mind. It was about their country becoming an equal player in the sphere of countries. India's ambition was to be on an equal plane and sphere in all dimensions with the U.S. and with the UK and with Germany and every other. So that was, and then a subset, therefore, of development was development economics, which was, how do we make this country more productive? And by the way, if you look at the Articles of Agreement of the World Bank, it says that really explicitly. Its objective was to make, countries more productive. And then, then one can debate, was development right or wrong about the particular modalities? Was the development thinking too dogmatic about modalities by which these things would be achieved? Was it had a wrong theory of change? I'm not saying development was perfect, but it was clear what it was about, right? Then I think somewhere in the late 80s going into 2000, there was this big shift towards the idea that development was about poverty, and it was about raising the lowest levels of human well-being towards certain very low bar targets. And I think the Millennium Development Goals enshrine a radically different vision of what development was. So suddenly development was just about motivating Western countries to continue to give foreign aid. And the best way to choose that was to choose a very small, limited, low bar set of targets directly on human well-being, independently of the ontologically country-centered process of development. So, the MDGs were, dollar a day poverty, universal enrollment in school, in primary school, just primary school. And that shift in some ways led to a shift of development economics about thinking of how do we accomplish these specific targets as if, with the limited amount of foreign aid available, or how do we achieve these specific targets with, programmatic. You could imagine at least of these things you could make progress on in a programmatic way. We could have an anti-poverty program. And all of a sudden, efficacy at that vision of development could be bracketed from the broader fourfold transformation of countries. And I think that has come and is mostly, I don't know. That vision of what development economics was about, as you can see, is it's ontologically different. It's starting to say the goal of economics is to figure out how these individuals are going to be made better by this better or worse program. Which to me was always charity work. That was always coping with the consequences of a lack of development. Because if you had a fully developed state, it would do all of those things as the natural, endogenous, spontaneous order of the fourfold transformation of development. You would achieve high levels of human well-being.
So
Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay.
There's this old saying that, you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day, you teach him how to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. And I wonder if there is that kind of change happening here. Like in one of your pieces, you use the term defining development down.
Yeah.
And you've spoken about the difference between national development and kinky development. And I'll ask you much more about national development after this. But what do you mean by kinky development. Unfortunately, dear listeners, as you listen to this, it is not what you think it is, so calm down. But what do you tell me a little bit about kinky development? And does all of this partly come from that urge that I alluded to earlier, that it would be the natural tendency of me, if I have this sense of purpose, that I must solve poverty? It's an incredibly difficult and complex and wicked problem, but one way of making it easier for myself is by defining it down and saying, oh, $1 a day, and then looking at charitable interventions that may do something about that in the extreme short term, completely ignoring the fact that between $1 a day and $10, $20 a day, whatever it is, that is also poverty, and that's still a problem you got to solve, right? So tell me a little bit about kinky development, and perhaps, about kind of each of these. $1 a day, why is that wrong? Just putting kids in schools and thinking of inputs, why is that wrong? So one by one, we can talk about all of those. But this trend of kinky development and the damage it has done, tell me a bit about that.
So, and again, I think unfortunately for the listeners and their piqued of the interest, kinky development is, if you just think of a normal distribution or a Gaussian distribution or any distribution, it's kind of people differ in continuous ways. People are slightly richer, some people are slightly poorer, or people are richer or poorer, people have more education, less education. On any measure of human well-being, it's a smooth distribution. It's not separated into lines that discretely differentiate. But if you take that smooth distribution and focus only on people of being at or above a certain line, everybody should have primary education, what you would do to the distribution is you would cause a kink, meaning everyone would come up to that line, and then at that line, there would be a kink, no one below, and then so the distribution would stop looking like this smooth thing, and you'd push everybody up just to this low bar, and at that low bar, there would be a kink. So that's kind of why I call it kinky development, because you've replaced some broad ambition on human well-being and some notion that national development is effectively instrumental to achieving that human being with our goal is just to get people up to some certain arbitrary threshold, and I think, and like I say, this creates the possibility of engaging in a programmatic approach. And I think you hit on one of the reasons the programmatic approach is popular is it's attributable. I can say I took some fraction of my billionaire wealth and I devoted it to this specific program, and this specific woman or this specific child is better off because of this specific program that I did. And as we were talking before, the ontology of spontaneous orders doesn't allow attributability. Like if we say, and right now, I did a calculation, and from the growth acceleration, I had a whole methodology with some co-authors of identifying growth accelerations. India's GDP since the reforms in 2002 up to about sometime in the mid-2010s was $2 trillion cumulatively higher than it would have been without the acceleration. Great. To who do we attribute that acceleration? It wasn't, there had to be a general social change in ideas about development. There had to be a political process that allowed those to be realized. There had to, it was a wave. And no one person can point and say, I did that. And yet $2 trillion in additional income accruing to Indians. That's one of the biggest, your neighbor to the north has had an equally big transition, but that's one of the most dramatic improvements in human well-being in the history of mankind. And yet you can't take credit for it. So I think the kinky development led to a programmatic approach. I think the programmatic approach was of interest to philanthropists. The programmatic approach was interested to bilateral donors who, were under increasing pressure to justify to North and West, the Western taxpayers why they should do this. But it just lost the big picture because, nothing about, and in the end, it's just empirically wrong. I have a paper where if you look at the median income, and you ask what's the correlation between the median income of a country in a certain time and its measured World Bank headcount poverty rate, the correlation's exactly one. Exactly one. Like, it's not really one, it's 0.988. 0.988 means there is nothing that's being done that causes poverty to be much lower or higher than it would have been had we just known the median. So kind of advancing the income of the typical individual, and the median, not the mean for technical reasons, but really brings about poverty reduction, and nothing else does. It's a necessary and sufficient condition. And, the danger with the programmatic approach is you underappreciated and therefore ignored the broader transformation. So if your goal was, some of the MDGs were just goals about specific diseases, you were no longer even thinking, I have to improve the operation of the entire complex system of the ways in which people promote and prevent and engage in curative healthcare. You stopped worrying about the health system and started worrying about a disease. The idea that just having sat in a school during the years in which your country called primary was the fulfillment of the goals of the right to education was surreal. It was surreal. It was too little. It was too low. It wasn't related to learning. It didn't allow people to develop their fullest human potential. It was an incredibly radically shrinking of the development, even relative to, the Declaration on Human Rights that talks about, every person, access to higher education should be based on opportunity. So it assumed away what are really the deep determinants of all of these elements of well-being. And it turns out empirically, we old-timers were exactly right. Empirically, when I just did a paper on this a little while ago, but if you just take this aggregate measure of all the nice things we would want for human well-being in physical objective terms like schooling and health and lower crime, and ask, here's this group constructed a social progress index because they thought development had overemphasized economics, and so no economic statistics in measuring human well-being. And then ask how much of the variation across countries in that is associated with national development. The answer is nearly all of it. Nearly all of it. Nearly all of the differences across countries in human well-being are whether or not you're a more developed country on the standard fourfold transformation measures. And that's not surprisingly because, after all, seeking out and adopting and implementing effective things to make your citizens better off is what that spontaneous order of a more productive economy, a more responsive polity, and more capable state do. They endogenously seek out and solve problems. So it's a machinery for solving problems. So the better it works and the more resources it has to work, the better it's going to be. So I think the kinky approach it destroyed development economics because it stopped thinking in the way that economics are true comparative advantages, thinking about spontaneous orders of the way in which human beings interact, not about the specifics of programmatic design. Kudos to Esther Duflo. She's a genius, all that, but we're not plumbers. We're architects. Because if economists are plumbers, who's the architect? Who's designed the piping and where the toilet should go? It's a weird metaphor. And so I think it's just reduced the scope of development economics. It's reduced the ambition of development economics. It's ignored the key insights that Hayek and other, the greatest of all time economists had about how we think about human beings operating with liberty and interacting in better and worse ways are able to produce, collective outcomes that are non-teleological. Like I say, it just changed the nature to be, the handmaiden of charity work as opposed to really a social science ambitious questions about how do countries come to be developed or not.
A metaphor I learnt about from one of your papers, which I absolutely loved and which just speaks to the unattributable nature of spontaneous order, is pebbles in an avalanche.
Yeah.
Where you point out that, there's an avalanche, there are many pebbles. You can't say this pebble caused it or that pebble caused it.
Right.
But there's an avalanche and it's all these pebbles together. I'm going to give you another metaphor, and I must tell you it's a metaphor, so don't take it literally and don't be alarmed because I'm fine. But let us assume for a moment that I am my country, right? I am an economy. And here's the thing, I'm deeply overweight. I have type 2 diabetes. One of my lungs has collapsed. The other lung is about to collapse. I have terrible heart disease. There are all kinds of possible local cancers brewing over me. And this economist from a fancy place with a fancy label comes and says, I want to do an RCT on you. I want to develop your right bicep, and I want to see whether lifting a higher weights with fewer reps works better than lifting a lower weight with more reps. And then the RCT is carried out and the verdict is given to me. And 20 years later, Pritchett comes along and says that, wait a minute, the empirical evidence shows that there was zero impact of the right bicep development on Amit's life expectancy. Zero impact. And everybody just laughs him out of the room because it's unfashionable. Right. And they're like, oh, you're too broad, or oh, you don't get it. And and you've described RCTs as a symptom of the disease. And at the same time, it's that symptom is everywhere. And from an outside perspective, and initially when I see some of the papers that come out, my initial reaction is that, hey, I'm not an economist. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I'm missing something. But when I see papers that are studying whether treated mosquito nets help stop malaria, I'm like, do you fucking need a study for that? And there are so many examples of that. I mean, it's like you can't parody some of that stuff. And there is a crowding out effect on good ideas, isn't there?
So, three things. First, you can't know how incredibly accurate your metaphor was. In 2006, there was a meeting at the Brookings Institutions, kind of randomistas versus non-randomistas, right? And it was the last time, by the way, they've participated in such a thing because they have so much money. Why the hell would they even talk to us anymore, right? In which Paul Romer, who was a growth economist, said to Abhijit Banerjee, who was there, he said, look, what it sounds like you guys are saying is a doctor is going to be presented. I mean, literally, this is the metaphor he used. He says, a doctor is presented with a patient who has cancer and who is having some skin rashes. And the doctor says, look, cancer is this really complex process. I don't really know exactly what to recommend. But for your skin rash, since your skin is large, I can divide it into squares and I can apply various allergens and I can result in exactly what you're allergic to, and we can treat the allergy with precision and science and ignore the cancer. And Abhijit Banerjee, who backed into a corner with this very provocative metaphor, said, you're exactly right. We are going to do only those things that we can do with science. And if the rest of you guys want to talk in sloppy, non-rigorous ways about economic growth, go do it, but don't pretend it's scientifically based. And we're only going to do that for which we can do science. And if it's the tiny, implicitly conceding that if what we can do science about is tiny and irrelevant, that's still what we're going to do. It was amazing. It was amazing. And he embraced your metaphor publicly.
Wow.
And said, yes, he didn't yes, that's what we're going to do. We're going to work on the bicep because we can do an experiment. We can do right arm, left arm, treatment control. It was just stunning. It was stunning. And again, it was the last time I've ever seen them engage in public debate. They will not engage in reasonable amounts of academic debate. My friend Bill Easterly tried to arrange a debate between Angus Deaton, who's won a Nobel Prize, and Abhijit Banerjee. Angus Deaton gets up, engages. Abhijit Banerjee stands up and says, I don't really believe in debate. Let me tell you about some research we've done, and proceeded to talk about experiments they were doing. Didn't debate the topic because they're flooded with money. Who cares what the rest of us think? They've got all the money. They've got all the prestige. The press just loves them. So anyway, that's the first thing. Is you don't your metaphor has been raised publicly and they've just embraced it. Yes, we're going to work on the bicep. I mean, it was amazing. The second thing is, though, is I do think it's important to separate out symptom and disease. And RCTs are a symptom of the kinky development approach, meaning had we not made the shift from national development to kinky development, we never would have imagined that programmatic was important relative to structural. And had we not started to believe programmatic was important, we couldn't have ever believed evidence about the programmatic was important. So again, we do see RCTs everywhere, but I do think attacking the RCT doesn't go to the root of the problem. So I've just finished a paper last month about we need to eradicate the notion of $1-a-day poverty. We need to get rid of that, and we need to say, let's talk about poverty being done when people are actually prosperous. So the opposite of poverty should be prosperity. And if we drive, even if you drive the poverty rate up by a moderate amount, it immediately becomes obvious that non-systemic, non-transformational things to the country just don't make any difference. You can't programmatically solve problem in, poverty this year. The third thing was, I'm not sure your bed nets is the best example, because the real issue was not whether treated bed nets, if they were used, would work, which is pretty obvious, but whether or not people paid for bed nets versus didn't pay for bed nets would have similar usage rates, which wasn't so obvious and which might count as one of their more stronger results. But I did write a blog and talk about, there was a paper published by the very highly prestigious journal that Esther Duflo edits, where they did an experiment in one region of Afghanistan that had no schools, essentially, and they put, community-based schools in 13 of the villages and not schools in the other, and concluded that children were likely to attend school when there was a school in their village than not. So first of all, that really is obvious, right? And second, not only is it obvious, it's completely widely believed. Like, every country has run their educational policies for the last 100 years on the premise of building out schools so that there was a school accessible to every child. So again, who were you arguing against, right? Who didn't believe that? Who didn't? And third, they had in their review of the literature, they had 2 citations. So of all the thousands of studies that had documented kids were more likely to go to school when there was a school nearby, they just dismissed all of those because they didn't follow their preferred faddish method. Just literally no review of the literature, no sense that there was a literature. I call this the strategy of feigning ignorance. I'll pretend, that nobody in the world knows anything about this because they don't know it by the method that I think they should know it. And again, this was published in the top journal, right? And then fourth, now I'm thinking of more. I was just talking with Ajay Shah, our common friend. The part of the problem in my mind with the RCT turn is that the leaders of this movement are geniuses. Michael Kramer is an unbelievable genius. I knew him when he was a grad student, and he blew me away. And Esther Duflo, I helped a bit with her, getting the data she needed for her dissertation. She's a genius. She's unbelievable. Abhijit Banerjee, he's a genius. So, if these were students in PhDs in public health at Kansas State University, fine. You should probably do an RCT relative to what you could have otherwise done. But if you think of, Michael Kramer wrote this paper called The O-Rings Theory of Development that was just genius. It's probably one of my top 3-4 favorite papers in development of all time. And then he, got involved in experiments about deworming. Maybe deworming is cost effective, maybe deworming isn't cost effective, but no part of the development of India or Nepal or Kenya or Ghana is going to hinge on whether what protocol you have for deworming. And then, you get caught up in there's this thing, they call it the worm wars, this methodological dispute about whether deworming is a cost-effective intervention. And the idea that someone capable of writing the O-rings paper is engaged in something so ultimately unimportant as the worm wars, it really does have huge high opportunity costs. I mean, had those three developed their just enormously impressive intellectual and other capabilities to thinking hard about problems of state capability, problems of the transitions in politics, problems of, economic growth, who knows what could have happened.
The O-ring theory of development, in fact, is stunning. It's one of my favorites. When they won the Nobel Prize, I wrote a column about how, it explained the importance of clusterings of talent. Ajay and I did an episode of our show on that as well. And I couldn't agree with you more. And even some of Abhijit Banerjee's early work before he got into all this is remarkable. And here's the thing.
Can I tell you my favorite story, though?
Sure.
Which is, Michael Kramer actually came after his second year of graduate school and ended up working as a summer intern with my friend Bill Easterly. And my friend Bill asked me to talk with Michael Kramer, and because we were doing this joint product, and get his help as a summer intern. So he came and we talked, and he said, "Oh, I have this paper, and I've written this paper, and would you like to read it?" And I was like, "Oh, that's so cute," like a toddler. "Oh, show me your artwork. I'll put it up on the fridge," right? So took his paper, which was the early draft of the O-rings paper. I rode home and read it on the 35-minute subway ride I took from the World Bank out to the suburb where I lived. And I walked in the door of my house and I said, Diane, my wife, I said, that movie Amadeus, I had always cast myself as Mozart to other people being Salieri in my empathetic and imaginative living of that tale. I'm Salieri. I've met Mozart now. This kid is so much, I thought of myself as a prominent development economist. I'm Salieri compared to this guy. So, so nothing I ever say about RCTs. I mean, one of the worst things I feel about the RCT fad is it's dragged geniuses with just unlimited potential into a minor, first of all, they're not making any contributions on methodology. Meaning they often say, "Oh, they developed RCTs." That's complete bullshit. Like RCTs for evaluating social policies were like, when I graduated from a PhD in 1988, there were 4 organizations in America routinely doing RCTs of social policy, and no one from a good school ever went to work for those because RCTs were boring. So it wasn't like they invented the method of RCTs or they invented methods of applying RCTs to policy questions. That was all completely routine and well known. They haven't made any technical contributions at all. So,
Did you chat to them ever about all of this?
No, they stopped talking to me. Literally, when I was at the Kennedy School, we did these things called executive education, where people would pay us, X $1,000 to come and get a week. And we had designed, in cooperation with the World Bank, cutting edge of development, which was a week-long course for mid-career professionals at the World Bank to refresh. And in the early versions, of the course, it was Danny Roderick, big name, big star. Ricardo Hausman, big name, creative guy, big star. Myself, and then we wanted to give them half that and half of the RCT as kind of cutting edges of where, development economics was. And they did it, I think, maybe 1 year. And again, by the second year, and we were having, as part of the designing of this course, we were having debates about the relative role of RCTs, and it was kind of interesting. And, I was talking to Esther Duflo, but we never stopped talking to them. They just stopped talking to us. They just were so flooded with money. Like, why would you, bother teaching a course with Danny Roderick? They just stopped. They just stopped talking to people. They stopped. And they had their own, it was a faith-based movement. They had their own faith-based movement to run that had all the resources and all of the everything. So they just stopped listening. I mean, like I say, when Abhijit Banerjee won't engage in public debate with Angus Deaton, who would, he's obviously not going to debate with anyone if he won't debate with Angus. So, I mean, I'm probably a minor irritant in their ointment, but because, again, they have all the money, they have all of the enthusiasm. MIT has allowed them to create brand new training programs, given them carte blanche, essentially. So why would you debate with anyone when...
When I first heard about RCTs, I wasn't skeptical then. Like, I thought that, yeah, it's very minor, it's very micro, but maybe it'll make a difference in the margins, no harm done, etc., etc. And over time, I began to see it for what it was. But what really makes it most clear how utterly insignificant a role they play in development is this wonderful piece you wrote, which I'll link from the show notes, about your 4-part smell test.
Yeah.
So I'd like you to talk a bit about what is a 4-part smell test.
Well, the opening anecdote of the 4-part test is I lived from 2004, 2007 in India, in Delhi, working with the World Bank. And one of the things, given what I was asked to work on, one of the early things was the World Bank was supporting various block grant programs that supported a variety of different livelihoods approaches that involved on giving money, some to women's self-help groups. So I went to West Bengal, and I was in a meeting with women from these women's self-help groups, and we were trying to do a compare and contrast of different designs of these livelihoods programs. And at the end of the meeting, it was a World Bank team, so there was me, and there was a woman from Germany, and there was a woman from Canada, and there was, and we'd asked them a bunch of questions, and there were probably 50 women in the room. And at the end, I said, well, you've been very gracious to answer our questions. Do you have any questions for us? We're visitors to your village. We come from different places. Anything you're curious about? And so the first question was, a woman raised her hand and says, well, you're all from rich, developed countries. The women's self-help groups in your countries must really work fantastically well. Tell us about them. And I was like completely frozen. I'm a man, so I said, oh, well, Marina, what about Marina? You're from Germany. And none of us from any of the rich countries could even name the equivalent. I mean, obviously, there have been lots of things with women's rights and women generally, but women's self-help groups is a specific mechanism and played a role. So I think that was a motivating thing to then say, okay, look, if something is really associated with, the economic development part of becoming a more productive economy, you probably should see more of it in rich countries than poor countries. So the fact that all these rich countries didn't have women's self-help groups, and they did exist in India, suggested it certainly wasn't a necessary condition for development at the very least. Second, countries that are growing fast should probably have a lot more of it than countries that are growing slow. Countries that are rich today probably should have a lot more of it today than they had in the past. And when you had a rapid change in this thing, you probably should have seen more rapid economic progress after than before. So kind of just saying there are lots of ways at looking at the rate of growth and the level of prosperity, and anything that doesn't pass even one of these things probably is slightly dubious. And the obvious thing is a really important, necessary, and sufficient condition for economic development probably should pass all four, meaning when you get more of it within a country, it should accelerate progress. Countries with rapid growth should have more of it. Countries that are richer now than they were a long time ago should have more of it now than they did. Countries that are rich should have more than countries that are poor. And there are lots of candidates for things like that. I'm not naming some singleton, like rule of law probably passes all of those things. And urbanization passes all of those things. And So that's the kind of 4-part smell test. And then, if you look at reviews of the literature of RCTs, there's not, I would claim, it's hard to point to a single RCT that speaks importantly that passes any one of the 4-part smell test on any, not just on economic growth, but even on state capability or politics. Because again, and in part it's because, and again, I feel silly using the word ontology so often, but if you think about doing an RCT, part of the problem is you need to have adequate statistical power. I need to have enough treatment cases and control cases that I can compare the average of treatment and average and control with small enough variance that I can have a statistically significant distance. This is called powering up your study. What's the statistical power that would allow you to differentiate the hypothesis of difference between treatment and control? Well, if you start thinking about that, it's impossible to power up a randomized controlled treatment at the country level, because I'd have to.
That's a lot of mosquito nets.
Yeah. So what that takes you towards are individualized treatments, right? But we kind of know for sure that individualized treatments aren't the key to development, because development is ontologically a social process. And so if we're dealing processes of politics, processes of organizations, processes of economies, they're super aggregate outcomes of how thousands and millions of individuals interact, not individual treatments. So it's a method that's ill-adapted to answering any of the big questions. So when you, again, look at the reviews of the literature, none of them pass the 4-part smell test.
Yeah, in fact, in your paper itself, you had a table listing out a bunch of the interventions and, and there's nothing that, meets, we've spoken a lot about this direction that development economics took, kinky developments and its symptom RCTs and the kind of thinking that goes into it, which frankly is something that I think helps a person making the intervention feel good about themselves, that I am doing something measurable that makes a difference. But it's all an illusion and a lie they're telling themselves. But let's now talk about what you're for. What do you believe? What do you stand for? I alluded earlier to kinky development versus your baby, national development. Tell me a little bit more about that. What do you stand for? What is national development? Break it down for.
Let me talk about, and I just wrote a blog like this, what I'm for, right? Because I sometimes get accused by my wife and others of writing too much that's negative about RCTs and not about what I'm for. So let me start with one thing. It's recently, in the 8 years up until just March of 2023. So a year ago, I was head of a project on education. Now, that might seem a little odd for the Where Is All the Education Gone author, but more importantly, I think the world's had enormous success at getting kids into school and incredibly less success at making sure those kids, once in school, are learning well. And I think that's important, even if it's not instrumentally important for economic growth, which I think, by the way, one of the solutions to the puzzle of where is all the education gone is I was measuring schooling and not really learning. And I think there's new evidence that learning does matter. But even if we not concerned with instrumentally, I think that it's just a massive injustice to children to make them go to school and then not provide them with the schooling that provides learning. That's just a massive injustice. And so, the research program was called Research on Improving Systems of Education, because we said, look, this isn't an interventional solution. If systems of education are producing as the endogenous outcome of the way system works, schools that don't produce learning, you have to change the system. So we spent a long time. We had 7 focus countries, India, Pakistan, Vietnam, Indonesia, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Nigeria, and then tried to look at, what do you do to turn around an education system? And in the kind of, wave even a large research program is a drop in the ocean of the intellectual discourse. But I think we have been part of shifting the way from schooling to learning. Now, all of the four of the major funders of global education got together and set a goal for reducing learning poverty, that every child should read fluently by grade 3, not a goal that they would have had 10 years ago. And I think we came up with some reasonably sensible advice about how you would set about improving education systems, a lot of which I think has been picked up and is being implemented by various states around India. So India itself has gone from a completely, if you look back at the programs that were being implemented when I was here in India, of the DPEP and the follow-ups, SSA, right? They were very input-driven, very schooling-driven, and really had very little impact on learning. So the whole discourse in India shifted globally. So that's one thing I'm for, is it really is important for the future of the world and for success of long-term development to have schools that really teach kids to learn. So that's one thing I'm for. I've been working on it. I'm trying to ease out of it because I think I've said everything that I can say. So that's one thing. The second thing, and this reveals a lot about, I think, the framework of trying to look for things that are important under neglect, or important neglect. The important, neglected, and tractable is a criteria that the altruism uses. I think one thing I'm working on is, I think if you look at the demographic changes in the world, there's a birth dearth all over the rich world. There are demographic pyramids, which is the relationship between how many young people and how many old people, are going from being pyramided shaped to being inverted. The rich world just doesn't have the labor force it's going to need to sustain their economy and their social transfer programs going forward. And I think rotational core skill labor mobility, supported by an industry of people move people, is the wave of the future. I think we could have 500 million, we could have hundreds of millions more people moving around the world to perform needed jobs on a rotational basis. This is something I've co-founded an organization called Labor Mobility Partnerships. I'm doing research on this but the research is more about, not about whether or not this would have massive benefits. The wage differentials of equal productivity people around the world are 5 to 1, 10 to 1. So, I sometimes say the world isn't full of poor people. The world's full of people in poor places. And the way to solve that is to allow people to move to productive places. The constraint to that is the politics of the host countries. And I think one way of dealing with the politics of host countries is to recognize there's 3 questions, not 2 questions, meaning sometimes countries say, who can be allowed to work in my country are either people on a path to citizenship or asylum refugee and nothing else. Whereas you can easily say there's 3 modalities. There's path to citizenship, there's here on a limited term contract, and there's asylum refugee. And I think the rotational contract has less social and political freight because you're not making long-term commitments to citizenship. So Benedict Anderson's famous book called Imagined Communities points out the nationalities are imagined communities. However imagined they are, they're powerful in the imagination of people. So, the resistance, I think, to mobility is mainly not driven by the negative. It's not driven by economics. It's driven by social and political concerns, and those are much more amenable to political solutions if you can reassure people about the rotational nature of the movement and that we're not, immediately endowing every person who we need to do elder care with an immediate path to citizenship. So we're working on that. It's something that I think is going to happen in the future, would provide enormous, literally the upside potential of this is creating benefits to the movers of the magnitude of the economy of France. It's trillions of dollars. But we have to build a responsible industry to do it for it to gain political legitimacy. So we have to have an industry like, I use the analogy all the time. Kitty Hawk demonstrated the feasibility of of a heavier than air aircraft. But to get from Kitty Hawk to billions of passenger miles a year, you had to create a safe and reliable airline industry, which meant you had to invest in airports, you had to invest in pilot training, you had to invest in protocols, you had to invest in standards and norms. It was an enormous investment to create an enormous industry. The investment it will take to create a good labor mobility industry out of the patchwork that we have, I think is worth it. So that's what I'm working on.
So I'll double click on some of the other things you said you're for also. But before that, a question about each of these. And one is, a theme that I've often explored in my show in different contexts is how the mainstream is breaking down. Like you see that in the media, for example, where the consensus and truth is gone, mainstream media is crumbling, everyone has a means of production. Good sides to that, bad sides to that. I mean, huge net positive. You see that in the creative world as well, where, the long tail has really expressed itself. And I wonder if that at some level is also true of nation states, where they are less sort of ossified as they once were, because even if you can't escape geography, technology allows you a kind of quasi-mobility of a sort, where you don't actually need to go to another country and do the job. And India has, of course, benefited for this for the last 30 years, where you get the benefit of mobility without actually physically having to go. And, when it comes to the kind of body shopping that the likes of Infosys did, you also have that rotational mobility. You go and you come and all of that. So I wonder in all of these margins, the sort of role that technology can play, and a lot of that is really unknowns into the future. We don't really know, but it's something that often gives me hope, because I find that the way the world is becoming more and more insular with the rise of populist politics, immigration will probably grow less rather than more in the near term. But I think that can be counterweighted by the effects of technology, where I can today earn my income from anywhere, and a service provider can provide service anywhere. So, is it too early? I don't want to overstate it by saying it is happening, but in the distant future, I feel that could be a force that can make geography a little less constricting.
Maybe, but I don't think so. Okay. And here are the reasons why I don't think so. I think the progress of Moore's law, which is when most people say technology, they mean information technology. They don't mean technology generally. So the technology that enables remote work, I think, has been in place for 20 years or more. So I don't see that as being a huge growth area. It's had enormous positive impacts, obviously, on India and other places. So I think, and to some extent, people have pulled back from the idea that geography doesn't matter in some senses. So I see that as, yes, that's part of the future. I don't see that as growing necessarily. Most of the growth, I think the S curve of that growth is past us rather than in front of us, right? B, we have done some analysis of a lot of things do just require physical contact. So elder care. Look, if your grandma can't dress herself, somebody has to touch your grandma to help her dress, right? And maybe it's you, maybe. But in research that we've done, we've divided things into things we think are potentially offshoreable, and that's a lot of. And if you look at the wage growth by occupation of the forecast of the U.S. Bureau of Labor, we tried to divide it into professional and what we call core skill, because we don't want to call it low skill, because there are lots of human skills that any job like elder care takes. Anyway, if you divide it into professional and core skill and into non-offshoreable and offshoreable, in the U.S., there's something on the order of 1.4 million incremental new jobs in the non-offshoreable core skill category. And that's particularly striking because over the same period, the labor force of youth is going to go down by 800,000. So you've got 1.4 million jobs that, A, there's less domestic work, less native workers total. B, the native workers want these jobs. They want the professional jobs. They don't want the core skill jobs. So, and there's way more professional jobs than, again, the labor force can supply. So I think even with all of the promising and all the promise of technology, I think there's going to be lots of work that needs to be done that requires face-to-face contact. And so the scope and you know, think this the scope for this, even if it's half what I say it is, it's $8 trillion versus $16 trillion or something. So it's still huge. And I think that the populism against migration is like, I feel we're in the last days of prohibition. Mm-hmm. So in prohibition in the United States, we passed a constitutional amendment that didn't allow the production, sale, or distribution of alcohol. And it turns out people wanted to drink alcohol. And the reconciliation of a law that prevented people from doing something that they really wanted to do was criminality, and it pushed it underground. And eventually Americans realized if we want order, we need to make alcohol legal again and then regulate it. So I think the populism against migration is the last gasp of a dying system rather than the harbinger of the future. I think what has to happen will happen. And for these countries' fundamental social contracts between young and old to be fulfilled, you just need a lot more workers to fill out the labor force. And so I think the rich countries will, again, solve the complicated process of the politics of it by developing new rotational mechanisms that lower the political heat. Because I think, again, a lot of the populist pushback, there's almost no evidence suggesting that native workers are really harmed by core skill migration. I mean, the U.S. has had, clear natural experiments, both positive and negative, meaning we had the Mariel boat lift experience where all of a sudden a bunch of Cubans popped up in Miami. Best available evidence, no impact on natives in Miami versus other cities. We've also had the negative. We used to have a rotational program called the Bracero program, which was for agriculture workers from Mexico and the United States in the 1960s. It was ended on political grounds and zero net gain in employment of natives. Zero. So lots of natural experiments, but I think the nation state is here to stay. I don't, it might be fringy.
I don't mean
in other ways.
I don't mean that it's going to dissipate. Obviously not. But I mean the influence of it is less.
Maybe
it's less restrictive in the sense, so many of, if I'm running an online business, my customers can be from all over the world.
No, that's true. But again, Moore's Law has been Moore's Law since 1962. So, the days of Tiger Industries setting up call centers and industry, that was like old news when I was here 20 years ago. So, the S curve of that is past. It is globalized, but, there's a lot, I think, there's a lot more, somebody's going to cut your hair. They have to touch your hair, right? If somebody's going to clean your house, they have to be at your house. Maybe, robotics and AI and all of that, but I tend to think that's oversold, A. B, and this is a slight divergence, but, one principle that's widely understood in economics is that relative prices drive innovation. One of the reasons to fight climate change we want carbon taxes is to make carbon more expensive so that the pattern of innovation actually reflects the true cost of carbon. Okay. What's the world's largest price distortion? It's the price of labor induced by controls of the border, which makes labor too expensive in rich countries, which makes them invent stuff, that to supplement something that isn't scarce. Globally, core skill labor is overabundant. That's why it's underemployed. That's why wages are low. And yet we've got the geniuses of the world invented labor-saving devices. That's crazy. So maybe AI could develop some robotics where somebody could remote control your vacuum cleaner in your house in America. But then you have to ask, why the hell are we doing that? Why are we doing that as opposed to just letting a person come work in your house? And the answer is the politics and the social pressures of differences. But again, I feel those can be mitigated by just saying, look, we're not entitling every person who comes to clean the house with a long-term path to, defining the future of who is us is a very powerful thing. And I think if you look at the politics of populism, it's a reaction to a feel that elites are not serious about us. They're not serious about there being a society in which the elites and the common man have common interests and common objectives. And so push for open borders just obviously is going to create massive populist pushback because it's not seen as a common endeavor. It's seen as, we don't really care about you more than we care about ourselves more than we care about you. And whereas, you could see framing rotational labor core skill mobility as we need them to come help us. Sooner or later, it's going to switch from I can imagine a billboard in the future of migrants that just says they came to help. All they want to do is hold jobs that are needed. So I think we can reverse the politics. But to reverse the politics, like I say, I think we have to separate the citizenship question, which is hot button issue that's not going away.
You said who's going to dress your grandmother. I will give you the solution to that. You will have a virtual grandmother. Solve the problem entirely, technology, land technology. So.
No, I listen to some people on AI and I just think, wow, you really don't care for human beings. Because, I just was listening to somebody the other day talking about, I don't know if you know Jonathan Haidt, Haidt has been saying social media is really bad for the psychology. And the person interviewing, and he was saying, look, they just don't interact. Mm. And the interviewer was saying, well, we could program AI to be a virtual girlfriend. And it's like, wow.
The coddling of the American robo.
Yeah, just Anyway, okay. So that was a second thing. Education, I think.
Yeah, I'll dig in a bit on education. Now, yeah. I've done plenty of episodes and written probably hundreds of columns on education in India, and we sort of, I think, agree on all the main things. But I want to get a little meta and ask a larger question here, and I'd love to know your thoughts on that, which is that. What you said earlier about education possibly not correlating with economic development because education has become just putting kids in schools and not actually teaching them anything. Yeah. Now, I think that is profoundly true in the sense that our education system was really designed in the early 19th century, creating workers for the Industrial Revolution or babus for the British Empire, as it were. It is completely irrelevant. And when you add to its complete irrelevance to the modern world, when you add that to the fact that our system is dysfunctional, what is happening today in India is that even those who are getting educated are essentially unemployable. And there is a massive issue there because, I'll have friends who run companies in Bangalore who will tell me that, man, we just cannot fill the vacancies. We have so many vacancies and we cannot fill them. And at the same time, you have so many hundreds of thousands of people who cannot find a job. There is a supply and demand mismatch, and ideally in any other domain, one would have thought, hey, the market's going to sort it out. Except here, there is a crowding out effect. And I don't just mean the market in terms of public schools and private schools. I mean, in terms of reimagining the paradigm of education itself. Is this how we structure it? Kids of the same age study together, they study the same bunch of subjects, this is how they specialize, this is what college looks like, etc., etc. And I just think that every startup that says we will disrupt this is basically functioning within that same paradigm. No one is disrupting that. And this is I know easy answers to this, but what are sort of your thoughts on this? Because this is a meta issue that goes beyond all of this. That as long as our system is the way it is, I believe that even if even if the state could get its act together, even if it allowed markets, even if you had vouchers, even if all that shit happened, it wouldn't move the needle too much because we are in the wrong paradigm.
So I think you're deeply right, but pragmatically over the near term wrong about India in the following sense. If you look at the advanced countries, one of the striking facts about the world is that the U.S. has a series called the National Assessment of Economic Progress, which has tracked what do 17-year-olds know in various domains pretty consistently from 1972, and the trend line is exactly flat. So I think and some researchers then said, geez, we know the trend line in the U.S., we can chain link through these other international assessments like PISA, which have been happening for a long time, and other programs existed before. We can chain link. And when you chain link other countries relative to the U.S., you find U.S. has been completely stagnant, but hasn't been falling behind relatively. I mean, it's not at the top, but it's not, Japan's always been ahead of the U.S. by about the same amount. So the upshot of that is there is a big problem that I don't think anybody has any even remotely realistic sounding proposals about improving the average amount a 17-year-old knows beyond the currently roughly experienced levels from the existing school systems. So if those workers are not adequately prepared for the modern world, we're in deep, deep doo-doo, because I don't think anybody knows, and most disruption is minor relative to that problem. So yes, I'm validating that the mismatch between the 19th century education system of common grades, sequenced curriculum, etc., it seems to have peaked. There hasn't been any improvement in the absolute level of learning in the core curricular subjects in the OECD in 50 years. And that's amazing, because if you think of what else has happened since 1972, right? The idea, I graduated from high school in 1977. The idea that, and again, I went to a mediocre public school in Boise, Idaho. But the idea that a typical 17-year-old is only going to have my level of adeptness at mathematics is pretty shocking, right? That we haven't gotten any better at teaching and learning practices in general, on average, scale-wide. That's very serious. Okay. That said, India is not at 500 on the PISA scale is normed, so the OECD average is 500. So if you think the U.S. was at 500 in 1972 and is at 500 now, that's a big problem. But India's not at 500. India's at like 350 is a good guess, 350 to 400. 350 to 400 is a radically different education experience and outcome than 500. The Rukmini Banerjee and Madhav Chaban and Pratham, they did a assessment of Indian youth versus the assessment of children, 6 to 14. They did 14 to 18. It's shocking, even to me, who's been on the rabble-rousing of low quality. It was shocking how little ability to apply their knowledge to practical problems. So I do think we have this massive mismatch in India. Now, can India, get better by 4 points a year and be near 500 in 20 years? I think they could. And that would help solve a lot of India's problems, which still needs, relatively isn't. So India's economic progress is, I think, its low quality of competencies to not, overjudge the issue. The low magnitude of the competencies in the range of needed skills being produced by the education system is a serious problem, but it's a solvable problem because we know Vietnam's at 500 on this same scale already at roughly India's economic levels. So we know it can be done. We know it can be done with roughly the resources India is devoting to it. I'm optimistic And I'm always optimistic about India because I think it's too big and too diverse to fail completely. You know, the federalist structure actually does provide a safety net of sorts that some state will stumble on to how to do it right, and that'll then create a model, or Indian homegrown model of how to do it better. So I'm reasonably optimistic that India can get much better at this.
Let's talk about the other things you stand for. So yeah.
The other thing I stand for is economic growth. And I think in some weird way, I think it's weird that I have to say that, but I think for a variety of reasons, the Western kind of conception of development has moved away from that. I actually heard, in a public speech, the head of the United Nations Development Program saying, that they no longer were promoting economic growth because they had learned from experience that it didn't work. I have no idea what in the world he was talking about.
You have a great paper on how economic growth is both necessary and sufficient for human well-being, and I'll link that from the show notes. And all of the data, just backs it.
I think for a variety of reasons. Now, I think the main, the argument that, say, Abhishek and Esther made in their Poor Economics book was that even if we admit that economic growth would be really, important for growth, we don't know how to do it. Now, I think, I think there's two things wrong with that argument. The first thing wrong with that argument is if you admit that something's really important to human well-being, but we don't know how to do it, that would seem to be a case for more research about how to do it, unless you had your best model. There is no research into faster than light travel, even though it would be enormously, as we learned from Back to the Future, but, you'd be great at betting if you could travel to the future and back. But our best available physical theories say it's impossible. So but our best available theories of economics don't say growth's invariant, don't say countries can't accelerate growth, because we've had obvious examples where they did. So A, saying we don't reliably know seems to be a call for more research rather than less research. B, I think there was this overreaction to the structural adjustment era and the failures of structural adjustment to induce growth. But good heavens, that was like 1990s. Like, the world of research and economic growth has moved on in so many ways since then, that I think we're in a position to make more contextually relevant diagnostic advice about growth. So I think promoting economic growth is in a what I sometimes call, out of jargon, full trinity way, which is we do need to integrate what, if we could do it, what could countries do that would lead to more sustained rapid growth. But we then need to ask what of that is politically possible in the context and what of that is implementable. So we need to sort of, and if we don't have the capability of doing it, we need to build it. Like, if, some of the things we might come up with as binding constraints to sustained rapid growth might be things that governments could do, but the political obstacle is political, then the question is how we alleviate that. So I think I'm working with a variety of people trying to reinvigorate research and practice of doing economic growth better. And I think, as you can see from the interview, I'm an optimistic guy. I think the world's night and day better than when I was born in 1959 in a lot of dimensions. And so I have a hard time understanding the pessimism of some of today's youth and others, that because the world is radically better on both social and political and economic dimensions. Okay. And then the fourth thing, and all of this leaves me way too busy for a retired person, is on state capability. I think
you've written a great book on it, which again I'll link from the show notes. It's just fantastic. So
yeah, I think we think we have a much more likely to be successful or approach to helping public sector organizations build the capability they need. Problem PDAA, which we invented it as a jargon of four letters because that's what development world wants to hear, right? They want it. It's only a cool if it's an acronym. So PDAA, but I think, and we've, the Building State Capability Program at Harvard's trained, I think, over 2,000 people in different groups and from different organizations working on. And again, the key thing of that is, I think, the key way to understand our difference from the previous difference is two things. One, I think people thought that de jure policies would in and of themselves lead to change practices, whereas our theory is very much practices lead to good policies. Second, I think people thought that organizational capability was about structures and kind of processes like how do you do procurement and how do you do HR. But the way I think of it is all of those are ancillary, and at the core of the circle of an effective organization is purpose. So we're circling back to purpose. I think if an organization can't induce in all its employees and people a sense of an important and understood purpose, you can do all the HR and digitalization and procurement reforms you want, but you're not going to build an effective organization. I sometimes express this as, you don't build a real boy from Pinocchio by adding more strings. So the attempt to outside force an organization through processes into effectiveness doesn't work. And so part of the problem driven is, the way you're going to get an organization better is create agreement and alignment within the organization on nominating and solving important problems, and then working out how the organization can do that, and then embodying those practices into the routine policies of the organization. So it reverses the causality on two important things. Practices lead to good policies. Just passing a law without paying attention to the organizational implementation is something every country loves to do but it can be actually net negative. And then second, you have to build organizational capability by unleashing the potentiality of the organization from within. Those are four things that I'm actively for. I think if you compare and contrast, each of them acknowledges the complexity of spontaneous orders. You have, fixing India's education system may involve some, narrow technological questions, but it's not a technical question. It's a system question. Labor mobility is a political question, not, the question isn't what would be the wage gains if workers worked here versus there. Those are well documented and, understood at every level. It's just how do you work the politics? Economic growth, again, is about, taking the spontaneous order of economic activity and making it, creating internal dynamic of a country in which that is sustained into higher and higher productivity, and the state capability is focused in part on the big state capability issue at the national level, but we have to have an organizational strategy for getting there. And one of the things we acknowledge from the get-go is this is an organizational strategy. You don't build organizational capability with an exclusive focus on individual capacities, because organizations combine individual capacities so that the whole is greater than effective organizations are always greater than the sum of the parts. Whereas in India, you have the tragic opposite sometimes. If you take, there's a famous paper by Kartik, who I guess you just interviewed, about, MBBS doctors in Madhya Pradesh. They're the same people are the best care and the worst care. And they're the worst care when they're in their public sector setting. So you've actually reduced the capabilities to less than, the whole's less than the sum of its parts. So again, we're taking for granted that there has to be an organizational strategy to building capability. So again, all those four dimensions, I think the potential upside gains are massive. I don't want to think about something that isn't trillions of dollars in gains. And with economic growth, we saw it in India, like $2 trillion in gains. You know, and you know, when you when you do the calculation of, let's say we can't attribute this growth episode to any one activity. Let's say you can take 1% in expectation of the increment of the likelihood of a $2 trillion gain. Well, 1% of 2 trillion is still a huge number, right? And relative to the amount that's being spent on it.
So here's, I'm going to double click a bit more on state capability because your book had so many insights for me. But before that, a question on growth itself.
Yeah.
Right. That these days, like, sometimes I think that we have made rapid progress, as you point out, in the last few decades. But sometimes I wonder if we've made too much of a rapid progress in the sense that people have become complacent and, forgotten the mistakes of the past. And like these days, I hear rhetoric of things like degrowth. And that word makes me really angry because we still have so much poverty in this country, however you define it, whether it's $1 a day or otherwise. We still have so much poverty in this country. It's a moral imperative to sort that. Growth is the only way forward. And still there's a certain kind of socialism that is fashionable. There are still terms like degrowth and all. People will, throw around words like late capitalism and neoliberal without having the faintest clue of what the hell they're talking about. They're autocomplete machines, repeating the jargon of their chosen tribe. My question is why? Why are these obviously bad ideas and harmful ideas so fashionable and so attractive? Like they say that if you're not a communist at 18, you don't have a heart. If you're not a capitalist at 25, you don't have a brain. But why am I so attracted to this shit at 18 and actually really much beyond that?
Let me slightly duck that question because I do think, because one of the things in the papers I've been writing is I've been emphasizing, if you want to talk about degrowth for New Zealand, New Zealand under its previous prime minister who just resigned, but, adopted an explicit governmental strategy that GDP per capita was not its growth. It had these other. Okay, if you want to adopt degrowth at an average of $40,000 per capita, feel free. I as an economist, I am a little iffy about it, but let's not kid ourselves that the difference between $45,000 and $47,000 or $48,000 is make or break. But the problem with the West is it's retrojecting degrowth. It creates a global kind of intellectual imperialism where ideas of degrowth that might make some sense in New Zealand get retrojected into India. And I think that does make me very angry because again, the curve, the relationship with economic activity and people fulfilling their basic human needs or people achieving high human well-being is just overwhelmingly powerful and completely intuitive. And the idea that you can solve, I think Ethiopia, I did this calculation for some country, I think it was Ethiopia, like the total per person government revenue in Ethiopia is $300. Like if whatever deity you believe in descended from whatever realm they thought they existed in and managed $300, there's only so much they can do without having, again, if you got $40,000, you have 20% tax rate, you're spending, enormous amounts per person across a range of public purposes. So, degrowth also means degrowth of the public sector. So it's just crazy. It's crazy. And I think it's Western driven. And I think if everybody's honest with themselves, there's a certain fraction of Westerners that are more worried about climate change than any other issue. And they've concluded climate change, mitigating climate change is incompatible with India achieving GDP per capita levels equivalent to those now in the West. And that therefore we have got to convince ourselves and Indians that they don't need that growth. And I think that's just deeply immoral. I think Kantian golden rule, any kind of ethical says you should want for everybody what you have for yourself. And none of the degrowth people are talking about living on Indian standards of living. So anyway, so I don't want to, I sort of am trying to find a way to not pick a fight with degrowth in Denmark. Like, you go to Denmark, you think, okay, yeah, maybe people could live like this forever and material well-being is, fine. If Danes politically choose that for themselves, but to turn the aid agencies of the West loose on promoting degrowth in the non-West is obscene morally and every other way.
There's a term for these kind of beliefs I came across recently, which I really like, which is luxury beliefs.
Yeah.
So it's okay for you to sit in the first world and have these grand theories, and yet all of them are so deeply damaging, and you don't really care about that because you can feel nice and virtuous where you are. And you can...
Yeah. No, I mean, the idea that you could signal to yourself and others virtue by being against poor people in the world having higher material standards of living is just surreal to me.
Let's talk about state capability.
Okay.
And obviously in India, that's like a live and burning issue at all times. Tell me about the capability trap, or what you call the big stuck.
So I think there's two levels to that. One, it's literally just a descriptive term. When we tried to look at the available cross-national indicators of state capability, which is roughly boils down to sort of rule of law, bureaucratic effectiveness. We spent, as I was saying before, I love to spend time with data and programming and making sure, I did a lot of calculations to be sure what I was calling the big stuck was a robustly documented phenomena, no matter what indicators I chose. Anyway, roughly we see very, very little. The average kind of improvement in state capability is roughly zero. That appears to not be a temporary, transitory thing, but a kind of very slow growth over very long periods in the average organizational capability of organizations to do things like control corruption, maintain rule of law, have effective bureaucracies. So, and in many countries, things are getting worse, sometimes dramatically worse, like Venezuela, sometimes just general deterioration of. Now, then the second thing about Big Stuck is we wrote a paper called Techniques of Successful Failure, which is how does the public sector and its organizations maintain legitimacy and revenue from its citizens while not getting any better at things. And I think there are a couple of problems, and one of these problems is just having a wrong theory of change of how you get to capability and thinking capability is a process thing like better HR policy. But two of the other things we discuss are isomorphic mimicry, where, in a world that has rich countries and poor countries and high capabilities and low capability states, the low capability states are tempted to adopt the illegitimacy of the high capability states by looking like them rather than being like them, rather than having a true locally homegrown organic process of improving capability. You just adopt the latest fad or the latest global standard. So at one point, Uganda was listed as the country in the world with best anti-corruption policies. Well, yeah, because they didn't enforce any of their policies, so why not adopt gold-plated, good-looking anti-corruption policies? So isomorphic mimicry is a big problem, and you have these vectors of isomorphism like consultants and people from organizations that don't really understand development trying to transplant things. And I think that's led to a way in which, you can persist in low capability without there being real pressure to improve. And the other is, this is more, go back and forth whether we could have come up with a better phrase for this, but I call it premature load bearing, which is de jure policies create potential pressure on the organizations, particularly about things that you're imposing obligations like taxes and environmental regulation and labor regulation. And if you adopt these regulations that are far beyond your organizational capability to implement, you can actually create a negative dynamic for your organization where you destroy what capability you have because you've just created an unachievable standard. And then, once you break the normative link that I should be expected to reach this level of performance, so if my doctor said, you should lose 20 pounds and you probably should be able to run a 12-minute mile, that might motivate me. But if my doctor says, you should run a 4-minute mile, no, that's just stupid. I would hurt myself. It's not going to happen. So I think, again, the vectors of comparison often lead countries to, again, assume that policies create practices, and policies plus some organizational shift plus whatever create effective organizations. And it's just not true. And in fact, the opposite could be true. I have a, paper that, good laws, good laws and crappy outcomes is a chronic feature of India and many other countries where, it's easy to adopt state-of-the-art environmental regulation, but in the absence of, any serious commitment to implementation, it can be worse, not better, and it can lead you into this big stuck where it's a very hard place to get out of. You have this really good-looking, widely admired law, but you can't implement it. Who wants to fix that, right? It's a hard problem.
In your first chapter, you talk about the sort of the implications of the whole problem. And the first of them, you say, if state capability were coming to the party, it would be here by now. And you point out how that, there was an assumption made in the early literature about modernization that, there is a naturalness in the process of development. Just as a baby goes from one stage to another, to another, to another, state capability is going to grow as a country grows. And you point out that's not true. And my question to you is that maybe the natural course of things is for states to turn away from state capability, not towards. Because once you have a state and a bureaucracy, power has its own imperatives and its own incentives, which have nothing to do with what your national development goals may be. It is a beast of its own. And so what is sort of your sense of that? Because my cynical view of states is that A, power corrupts always, and B, those in power will always try to maximize their power, which implies reducing the freedoms of the people. And eventually that core reason for every state, dissipates, and it just becomes a sort of default we have in India where essentially we are not citizens, we are subjects, and the state rules our citizen service.
I'm generally an optimist. However, I'm also sympathetic to, I think the phrase, if it were coming to the party, it would be here by now, is a little facetious, but it's true. It's like, look, if the natural dynamic of India has been independent since 1948. So, it's maybe been embedded in a global system of blah, blah, blah. But fundamentally, its internal dynamic of stateness and organizations has been free to get better. And so the fact that we're, a long time, not a short time into India's history, and it's not better, suggests the problem's deep and perhaps intractable.
I think my question is actually not just about India, but about this issue in all states. For example, even America, which was founded with such optimism, has become less and less free. Even in Reagan's time, the state expanded massively.
Yeah. Now, I do think one key difference between developing and the historical experience of the West. And Daniel Carpenter has a great book about how, it's a case study, among other things, of the post office. And you would think you can't write an interesting book about the post office, for heaven's sakes, but he did. It's a very interesting book about. And one of the things is that as over in the historical process, the consolidation of state power into the existing kind of civil service organizations we now know it had to struggle its way into legitimacy. So people did things in other ways before the state had power. So before there were municipal police forces, there was rule of law of different types. And before there was, before there were modern schools, there were informal and community and a whole variety of other schools. And so, and before the modern U.S. Post Office, there was patronage postmasters, which was a Jacksonian, Andrew Jackson, early populist president. There was a Jacksonian patronage model. But my point is, historically, the modern post office had to achieve its status by being better. There was no legitimacy of a civil service post office per se. It actually had to be better in order to win from the population the acceptance of these new modern forms, whereas part of the problem with modernization, and you notice with my fourfold transformation, I very cleverly avoided the word modernization. The problem with the modernization is and in its context of development, is it granted legitimacy to bureaucratic forms that have succeeded elsewhere without them succeeding in place. So all of a sudden, the entire apparatus of the Indian state gains legitimacy as a legitimate way to rule and administer the country without it ever organically having to struggle its way into existence against a true bottom-up alternative. I think that's a deep problem. And again, it's historical rather than modern. So, when I was working in India with the World Bank, we were thinking about, can we make, say, decentralization to Panchayat Raj institutions as a way to dismantle the very hierarchical and bureaucratic state apparatus you have and recreate some true performance-based political engagement dynamics at the local level. All of this, I admit, even to myself, doesn't sound super persuasive that I'm super optimistic. And I'm now going to say something even worse. I do think there is a problem that when the state has a lot of gold-plated de jure laws that require unrealistic levels of capability, it means some form of deviation from rule of law becomes the norm. And when that interacts with a democratic politics, it creates a temptation for the democratically elected government to use the weakness of the apparatus of state to reward its friends and punish its enemies. And that undermines state capability. So again, you can end up in a historical process in which, one thing everybody wants to have, which is electoral democracy, actually isn't a positive factor in creating pressure to put check on the authority of the under-normed and under-performance organizations, precisely because it gives the political apparatus discretionary control to punish its enemies in arbitrary ways, which is a very, very dangerous thing because, again, you have this ideal law, but which can't be enforced, which means it has to be differentially enforced. There's this famous saying, for my friends, anything, for my enemies, the law. And so if you have a law that really isn't compatible with freedom and liberty and doing business in reasonable costs, all you have to do to punish your enemies is insist that they live by the law and give differential kind of forbearance to your friends. And that undermines the sense of institutional or organizational integrity that organizations need to have to succeed.
And you don't even have to insist they live by the law if the law is completely in your hands, because you can set the law after them anyway, and the process is a punishment. I mean, that's a perfect description of India. And when you spoke about the problem may be deep and intractable, my sense is that a lot of the reason it's deep and intractable goes down to the birth of the Republic itself. That because of circumstances at the time that partition has happened, the nation is falling apart, the lines on the map aren't what they are yet. All the princely states are still out there, and the constitution is being drafted in Delhi while there are riots across the country. It's a natural tendency to centralize power. I mean, you earlier said we are federalized, not nearly anywhere as much as we should be or we seem to be on paper. Power is deeply centralized. The state is incredibly powerful. It's essentially the colonial state, the same apparatus which is meant to rule, which is meant to subjugate the people instead of being accountable and serving them. And once you put that structure in place, there is a part dependence. And the part dependence, changes not just the economy, but shapes society in terms of it shapes culture. It shapes the way people relate towards each other in zero-sum ways, and rent-seeking that goes beyond just what happens in the state. And anyway, you're an optimist, so we'll figure this shit out.
Well, I'm both an optimist and a visitor in your country. As I hear you saying things, I probably agree. I've been coming to India. I've lived in India 2 different occasions. I've been coming to India pretty consistently since 1991, but ultimately I'm still a visitor. And, there is a certain amount of, I did write a paper about India being a flailing state. That said, we do need to accomplish, I try in the flailing state to emphasize it, India does succeed in doing amazing things. It holds free and fair elections. At the election process, at the least. It, sent a rocket ship to Mars. It does do amazing things and is not a failed state. I mean, if we compare my concerns about India to my concerns about Pakistan, night and day in terms of the potential negative downsides.
Thank you for that low bar.
What? Yeah. And again, a relatively low bar. I didn't insult you by comparing you to Nepal or anything. Anyway, but I'm just saying, and in Kartik's thick book that happens to be sitting right in front of us both, Kartik Muralidharan, he does also point out that I think he points out that relative to expectations in 1948, and again, it was born in duress, it was born in violence, that it has successfully maintained itself without centrifugal pressures is itself an accomplishment. So anyway, I think as a guest to India, I can listen to sympathy with complaints by Indians about the evolution of their state, but I don't necessarily want to pile in on that.
For the first time, I'm going to push back and I'm going to object strongly to that you describe yourself as a visitor and a guest and so on. And I just want to say that, look, boss, I've learned a lot about this country by reading your work. In every episode, I give detailed show notes of everything that is mentioned, and your paper on the flailing state has come up at least 10 or 15 times. And maybe this is another area where the outsider's gaze is super useful, where, many things are normalized to us and you bring a lot more to bear in there. Let's sort of go back to talking about state capacity, and I'll quote a passage from your book about the 3 Ps, as it were, where you write, many engaged in development, elected and appointed politicians, government officials, NGOs, professionals of the UN, OECD, development banks, and bilateral aid agencies, researchers, academics, and advocates spend vast amounts of time and effort debating and acting on 3 Ps, policies, programs, and projects. But what if they don't really matter? What if the policy is officially adopted, the program is approved and budgeted, or the project design is agreed upon are actually of secondary importance? If whether a policy, program, or project produces the desired outcome hinges on how well it is implemented, then the new determinant of performance is not the 3 Ps, but capability for implementation. And as you go on to point out, the orthodox view towards how to fix this is deeply flawed. The orthodox view is that you build the institutions and the governance will happen. You put the form in place, the function will happen. What I found sort of radical and deeply unintuitive about, your suggestions is what you were talking about a little earlier, that it is the other way around. That, it is out of function that you discover a form. It is by solving problems that you create institutions that can solve other problems. This is super counterintuitive to me because in other domains, it's actually not true. In other domains, function can follow form and so on and so forth.
Yeah. I mean, water doesn't flow uphill. I mean,
exactly.
The engineering knowledge has to precede the solution.
Yeah, and this is so radical, and it was like a light bulb moment for me to, read about it in detail, and I'd ask all the listeners to just go and read your book for that. But nevertheless, if you can, give a sort of, again, assume I'm a second grade student and give an explanation for why is this the other way around, that how do you get an institution from solving an individual problem? How do you figure out form? Because the natural tendency would be that you actually take best practices from elsewhere and you transplant that, and you aren't reinventing the wheel. You accelerate the process, etc., etc. Much jargon can be used for all of this. And you've pointed out beautifully that no, all of it is rubbish. It doesn't work. That's been tried. It's failed. When you do the same thing again and again and it doesn't work, try something different.
Yeah, I mean, the definition of crazy is doing the same thing and expecting different results. And by that standard, a lot of the public administration advice about strengthening capability has to now qualify as crazy because we've been doing it and for a long time. B, it's striking how powerful metaphors are, and pithy sayings. I have in PowerPoint presentations I give about state capability because I have heard the phrase, why reinvent the wheel so many times? So I have a PowerPoint presentation with dozens of images of wheels from the tiny, tiny little gear that goes inside a watch to a giant construction wheel that's, 12 feet in diameter to, so no one's talking about reinventing the principle of a wheel. But no one, by the same token, would assume that the same wheel is useful on all devices. Every wheel is tailored to fit to its context and purpose. So, again, I think the idea that there's a best practice ideal wheel has to be relative to everything else that exists, and even the best practice bicycle wheel in Denmark looks very different because you've got paved roads everywhere and you don't have to worry about the same structural issues and punctures and et cetera. So our strategy is let's adapt the wheel to its actual purpose and context. And expressed in that way, that doesn't sound too stupid or radical. No one's talking about reinventing the idea that something round can serve a variety of purposes, but no one, by the same token, let's adapt the wheel. Second, I do think it's just so much funner for smart people like us to talk about policies, programs, and projects than to talk about practices, because practices are nitty-gritty. Practices require experience. Practices require wisdom. Practice, all of things which, academics and wonks have no particular comparative advantage in. But I do think in the end, outcomes are going to be important by what you can actually implement in practice, which is important. Now, I think the reason I think, and I'm glad you point out that it seems counterintuitive, because it seems like, it seems like form has to precede function, because how can you have any function without any form, right? But I think the way to make that seem more effective is to take one step back and to the PD, the problem driven. And the problem driven, and I've over time, even since writing this book, become more convinced of the importance of shared purpose. If a group of individuals have shared purpose about achieving some reasonably well-defined common goal, a variety of forms can be made to work. I think And if they don't, a variety of forms can fail. So I think the creation and sustaining of shared purpose is a core thing, and I think that has to precede everything. And once you see purpose preceding everything, then you realize that a lot of the formal processes and structures really exist and are brought in to facilitate the more effective realization of purpose after the fact, rather than, I sometimes refer to organization, some of the many public sector organizations are zombies in the sense that a living organization has purpose and practices at its core. It has a shared common purpose and has a shared beliefs about the practices that will accomplish those purpose. And from that radiates out everything else. And yet, the difference between the public sector and one big of the difference between the public sector and the private sector is you don't get that many zombies in the public sector because eventually they die. They cease to be able to attract workers and capital, and then, some more strongly purpose-driven organization displaces them. Whereas in the public sector, you can't get rid of the police. Every city has a police force, and no matter how corrupt it gets, it's still the police force. And so you can get these zombies. But like I say, the only way to fix a zombie is from the inside out. You have to resubstitute some amount of purposes and practices. So, and again, that's hard because that also has to involve, we talk in the book, and we've developed over time the what we call the 3 A's of, you have to say, what is it that this organization is going to be allowed to get better at? And it's not everything, and it's not necessarily even the most important thing. But, you do need authorization from the politicians. You do need acceptance from the existing employees, and you need some amount of ability. And so, but I guess our point is, you got to search over you have to create all of this dynamic before doing the thing. Whereas, again, too much organizational reform efforts are focused on form or reorganization of the structure or reinforcement of these external processes that are present in functional organizations. No one's denying that functional organizations don't have HR policies, but they don't become functional by better HR policies. They're facilitating factors.
In every episode of mine, I look for a t-shirt line, and you've just given me a t-shirt line. Fix the zombie from the inside out.
That's it. That would have a good image, too.
That'll have a great image, This is the land of the Walking Dead, so thank you for,
No, and because one of the things that really struck me, and it goes both across my education work and the state capability work, is zombie organizations have denormed individuals, meaning, in some states of India, when they do these like surprise, Kartik, I think, was part of this early research as well. He's benefiting from having his book sit right in front of me. I mentioned him like and I'm glad it's sitting in front of me and not on my toe because it would hurt. But anyway, some of the early absence work, the absence rates were like, in some of the states, were like 50%. Now, the thing about a 50% absence rate is individuals are not feeling guilty about missing work. They have somehow the norm that as Mark Twain said, 90% of the battle is just showing up. Once you have denormed an organization sufficiently that they don't feel an internal sense of guilt or badness or something about not showing up for work, you really you can't imagine that you're going to do anything else to make that organization unless you can reinvigorate norms around that. And the way to reinvigorate norms is purpose. So I just think fix the zombie from within is like, look, if it's a zombie, you're not going to discipline, this, because who inside the organization is still sufficiently committed to purpose. And the other problem with zombies is they can stay alive, and the people who come into the zombie become zombified themselves because they quickly realize that the de facto norms of performance in this organization are radically different than what you would have in a high performance organization.
What you said earlier in the episode, you had spoken about how we should think of poor people as people in poor countries. And similarly, what you have there is you can think of bad or dead from the inside people as people in bad organizations.
Yeah.
It's the organization so of course you will get denormed and zombified and all of that.
Yeah.
You see, I thought it was going to be, a serious discussion about economics, but we already, the talking zombies and fixing zombies from the inside and all of that.
If we're combating with metaphors, we got to combat it with other metaphors. If people say don't reinvent the wheel, it's like, look, you realize, I want to say to people, you realize that's not a substantive argument, right? You realize that's just an appeal to some metaphor. And I want to counter it with some equally persuasive metaphor like adapt the wheel. And I think, anyway,
So, you mentioned zombies, and I'm going to ask you to bring something alive for me, which is, this whole approach of problem-driven iterative adaptation, or PDIA, as the acronym goes. Bring it alive with an example of where, problem-solving led to an institution or a function led to a form. Give me a sense of how that process has played out in your experience.
I'll give you an experience in which, and this is a great example because I went to Indonesia, where I had lived and worked, but I went to Indonesia and there was an organization that was promoting PDIA that was sufficiently distant from us. So I went to a meeting where people were getting together to talk about their PDIA experiences. And there was a woman who was a civil servant who ran like a sub-district health center. And, so she gave a testimonial of her own that they had been having a problem with maternal mortality, and that, she had discovered PDIA, and then she had said, okay, of the problems we face in this center, we're focused on a bunch of processes, but let's actually focus on the outcome. So first of all, we're actually going to focus on the outcome. Second, they created a track. Then the first step they did is they said, let's take every incidence of maternal mortality and do a case. So we understood all of the steps that ultimately led in this tragic outcome. And then third, let's design the design space. Where could an effective intervention have been made? And ultimately, and I don't remember because I'm not a health expert, but ultimately they identified in several of the cases that they had traced through looking for what is that, some early information about this risk. And they therefore designed that it was a responsibility of the health center that the minute they were aware that a woman was pregnant from any provider in the area, that at a certain stage, they proactively reach out and warn women of this risk rather than waiting for it, because they realized that by the time in the timeline that this problem emerged, it was often too late to intervene. So that's the kind of example where, and then it just created a practice of, okay, it's somebody's job in my subcenter to track, and at the time in which this might be an identifiable risk, to encourage the women to come and do the appropriate diagnostic test to see if they were at a risk, so that then, again, they could, as the pregnancy came to term, they could already identify this woman at high risk, put them in a higher care facility. Now, the beauty of this is this woman had no idea who I was, which is, I have to say, of all the joys of being an intellectual, it's having someone explain your ideas to you in a way that they're exactly right. And it's like they have completely internalized it. And they're not telling me because they think they're pleasing me. She had no idea. And like, so in this meeting, she was like turning to me and explaining what she'd done. And she was very proud of having, thought of this, having gone through this process and come to the successful outcome. So I think now, when we have, and back and forth, I think we now at this stage have literally hundreds of good organizational specific examples like this, where people can take these kind of principles and create successes. We have maybe fewer examples where this creates the positive dynamic we hope, but you could see in this woman's entire demeanor that the difference to her post-PDAA success and pre-PDAA success and how she approached her job and her role in this organization was night and day different, because it very much encouraged and empowered, so to speak. It's a word I kind of mostly avoid, but, so I think now coming back, the real question is, we want PDAA to be what we call a strategic incrementalism, where this can unleash larger dynamics in, more individuals can feel they can also undertake processes like that for challenges they face. The extent to which we have demonstrated success at the organization-wide level is less, and we'll admit that. But I think we're committed to, we want strategically the entire health organization to get better, but we think, again, given the long track record, making incremental progress with a strategy for the organization like that works better. So, you can see that example is very dear to my heart, because just hearing someone, describe back to you exactly what you had hoped your intellectual work would lead to was very reassuring. And like I say, we do have, at this level have a set of individuals within an organization undertaken this process and gotten better and solved problems. We have hundreds and hundreds of examples. The question is, maybe we need to think harder about how these accumulate and spread. I think that part of it we're relatively weak on, which means I'm not, as you can see, actively contesting your macro pessimism yet.
No, what I love about this story is not just the chain you describe from solving a problem leading to an institutional practice, but also that knock-on effect of the attitude of the person solving the problem changing.
Yeah.
Where I feel that if you can turn people into serial problem solvers, where
Right.
they are not just ticking boxes but saving lives by solving problems,
Yeah.
I think that's mind-blowing. And also, your joy, I can totally imagine. It's like Hayek being told by someone, have you heard of this thing called prices? Have you heard of it?
Did you know that prices convey information that isn't centralized and allows decentralized? Yeah. Like, wow, what an idea. No,
And I want to ask you about the power of ideas.
Yeah.
So in the past, you've quoted Keynes famously saying, quote, practical men who believe themselves to be quite exempt from any intellectual influence are actually the slave of some defunct economist, stop quote. And in this case, the lady in question was not the slave of your influence, and you are not defunct by any means. But, the power of ideas is something that is quite the opposite of funders and donors and people who do RCT seek, in the sense that it is completely intangible. You cannot measure it. You have no idea. There is no attributable. It's like a pebble in an avalanche, as you have so memorably said. And how do you therefore view your role as an economist? Because I think at some level, like at the very basic level, one could say that the job of an economist is to pursue the truth. in whatever question they are asking. But at another level in the world that we are in, it does go beyond that, where it is not just about the pursuit of truth, but that pursuit of truth can change lives, can have a humanitarian consequence. Not to be too grand about it, but I sincerely believe that. And therefore, I think it is a duty of everyone who believes that ideas matter to also put those ideas out there. So is that also how you think about it?
Yeah, very much so. I think, I have used that quote to say, yeah, my difference is me is I want it to happen before I'm defunct. But at the same time, I think, I have a blog post called Let's All Play for Team Development. And the point of that is, you can't both be concerned with having your impact by ideas and be too concerned that with attributability. Because, again, when I was trying to, change the kind of global discourse about the importance of learning, my funders kept wanting me to give examples of the direct impact of what we were doing. And I kept saying, no, I'm not going to do that, because the minute you start saying that these actors in the world did it because of what we did, we're taking away the credit they take for adopting the idea, A, and B, most practical men are going to say, everybody knows. Everybody knows that learning is, I have more than once created phrases that I see come back to me, not attributed. So, the subtitle of my early book on education was Schooling Ain't Learning. I have now seen that phrase dozens of times, right? Schooling it, and they usually take out the ain't, and school is not, because they can't bring themselves to use the word ain't. But so again, you the old saw that there's no end to what you can do in the world if you don't care who gets credit has a lot of truth to it, especially in the domain of ideas, where you have to create the environment where people feel they had the idea, that they own the idea, that they went through a process of coming to that, rather than I was told that X, therefore I believe that X. So, but I do think, I think interests are overrated. I think, there are, and I was being interviewed the other day, and people say, why are you such an optimist? And it's like, well, because I was born in 1959, and in 1959, African Americans in America suffered from explicit legal segregating legislation, and now they don't. And 1959, pollution in Pittsburgh was such that often it was dusk at midday because the smoke was so thick, and over time we created the natural environment, at least on the brown issues in America, is night and day better than it was in 1959. And example after example. And a lot of these hinged on just people constructing a condition into a problem and constructing a set of acceptable ways forward in a way that, again, created what we call in the Building State Capability book, distributed leadership, where you create a network effect where people start to act in different ways because they see ideas being shared and creating different alternatives for action. So, I think, and I do think ideas are important, and they, you do have to push back in some sense at sometimes against interests, but even though I'm an economist, I somehow I think people, when given the alternative of acting on ideas that can be made to seem promising and plausible to improve the human condition, can act on those.
So, I've taken a lot of your time today. My penultimate question is that if there are young economists listening to this, or even young policy people, what advice do you have for them? And I ask this specifically because I think that, a lot of bright young talent is completely wasted. Either they get sucked into academia and hyper specialize and do irrelevant stuff that has no connection to the real world, or it becomes very hard to find whatever is the prevailing current of the day, whether it is our cities or something else. And it becomes very difficult to ignore all of those incentives and think for yourself. Like one of my favorite quotes, and I forget by whom it is the opposite of courage is not cowardice, it is conformity. Right.
Yeah.
And so it's so I can imagine a young person listening to this and thinking, yeah, I'd love to be like Lant, but then thinking, hey, no, man, I got to get into my Ivy League. I got to, get
Yeah.
funding for what I'm doing, etc., etc. What advice would you give to someone who's 20, who is at this moment idealistic and they want to, they have both ambition and a glimmer of purpose, perhaps?
I think the first thing I really encourage people to do is take the long view. And part of taking the long view is try and go be part of doing something in practice at scale in a country first. And then that experience will provide you an incredibly more deep ability to learn even the academic side. Because, the problem with economics is it can be seen as a branch of applied math and, just adeptness with manipulating formal models is, the important skill. Whereas, so, and there's no substitute for some on the ground experience. One of the most interesting papers of any junior person we hired at the Kennedy School while I was there was he had been living in Ghana. And living in Ghana and shopping in Ghana, he had noticed that there was this that there was this sales tax, but that there were these informal stores and informal stores. And just that insight led him to think, well, wait a second, what's the true tax incidence when poor people don't actually shop at tax-inclusive prices? That became that and some other insights became a great basis to start to think through research ideas. So I think economics is the study of societies and human behavior, and the more you're exposed to that before you start into your formal training, it's better. So if you were 20, I would say, before you go do a PhD, make sure you've tried to do something in a developing country, and probably not inside a cocooned NGO, but, something at scale. Because, my friend Larry Summers' advice is write papers about the economy, not papers about economics. And I think the way to write papers about development is to actually live and work in a developing context, trying to get something done. And maybe you'll decide it's just not for you, because development isn't for everybody, because there's some super hard things about the life and lifestyle. But I think that's the important thing I would say is the most, the scholars that I think really in the long run, I was friends with Judith Tendler, who wrote, and, the thing about Judith Tendler was the phrase I one time described to her that she was very flattered by was she was a keen observer of the world. And I think to come back to the seen and the unseen, nearly everyone sees the scene. She would go into a context and see the unseen in a way that she could then make visible to others. And so, it turns out she was the only student of Hirschman. So Hirschman was unable to transmit his keen observations on the world except to very few people. But so anyway, so I think go into contexts and try and see while you're trying to get things done, have a how would I understand the seen and unseen of this process? And, I think so that the advice I would give is don't immediately try and launch into the academic process conceived as the academic process. Launch into the academic process with some experience of your own that you're seeking to understand. And I don't mean to another dig at the RCT, but the interesting thing about the RCT people is none of them ever did anything. It's like I was working at the World Bank, and we've done thousands of projects, and there was a huge effort at the World Bank to learn from the success and failure of our projects by people who actually did projects. And in all of that analysis of the success and failure of projects, it never occurred to anyone that lack of RCTs was like the key binding constraint. And so the idea that kids that had never done anything in practice had the solution to doing things better in practice always seemed a little surreal to me. So anyway, my main advice is, in order to write interesting papers, do interesting and hard things, or at least attempt to do that for a significant period, 1 year, 2 years, before you embark on live in the world before you try and embark on an academic career to understand the world.
And keep living in the world. That's some brilliant advice. And I am now going to get to my final question. But a little while back, you said interests are overrated. And I will say in one particular context, interests are underrated. So I'm going to ask you right at the end, for me and my listeners, to recommend books, films, music that you absolutely love, and you love so much you want to share it with the world and you want to share it with us.
Let me start with a movie. And this is going to seem cliche, but The Godfather. And the reason I love The Godfather is the entire American experience is encapsulated in the first 6 minutes of the movie. There's no other introduction to the immigrant experience better than that first 6 minutes of The Godfather. It's just fantastic and proceeds to be a fantastic movie. So I would definitely recommend The Godfather. Books, I think, for a person interested in working in development, I think James Scott, Seeing Like a State, for an academic Marxist political scientist, for me as an economist who most people who, anyone who'd use the word neoliberal would probably use it about me. But when the full circle of me and James Scott see the dangers of organizational and approaches in the same way, it's worth talking about. So I think maybe my single, and I remember the first time I was reading it, I was thinking, wow, has he worked at the World Bank? Because, I started referring to the World Bank as bureaucratic high modernism central. We were the centerpiece of bureaucratic high modernism, and its main, and when you talk about the bank, people think the bank is a neoliberal organization, but far more than being a neoliberal ideology about markets. It's a bureaucratic high modern organization.
And at this point, I got to tell my listeners something that I realized during the break, that you had gifted Seeing Like a State to Ajay Shah many, many years ago. And Ajay Shah did not read it for 5 years. And when he read it, he said it changed his life. And he still recommends it to everyone as the best book he's read.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't remember doing that, but that was good. And this is going to sound really weird, but my last thing, and I will both say the thing and then say why I think seeing this is important, is Mark Morris is a dancer in America, and he has a dance of Dido. There's a Greek myth of Dido in which he dances the female part. Okay. And it's just spectacularly moving and spectacularly beautiful. And when I used to teach development, I used to show my students that. And then I would say, how many terrible, boring dance performances have parents of potential dancers been to? How many completely unmoving, uninteresting dance lessons, how many and recitals exist as the structure necessary for that beautiful thing to exist? And the reason I say this is, again, the pebble in the avalanche. Be proud of being the pebble, right? You've got to, you can't create Mark Morris dancing Dido out of nothing. It has an entire industry structure. So when people think about working in development, most of your life is going to be producing really routine, really frustrating, not necessarily, but the only way you can ever possibly have an opportunity to do something brilliant and creative is if you've been slogging through. So, I think from that you learn the wonderful possibilities of beauty, but as you reflect on the wonderful possibilities of beauty, you've got to acknowledge it doesn't emerge from nowhere. It emerges from parents going to recitals of 9-year-olds doing just boring ballet, because only by having that large base can you produce the spectacular.
How you do the small things is how you do the big things.
That's a brilliant phrase that I have taken from you and I will use all the time now.
Lant, thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure talking to you. I've learned a lot from your work before this for many years, and it's an honor for me. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. It's been a very fun conversation.
If you enjoyed listening to this conversation, check out the show notes. Enter rabbit holes at will. Lant's papers are linked at the start of the show notes. They're all amazing. Please read them. His books are also awesome if you want to understand the subject. He doesn't seem to be active on social media. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA, and you can browse past episodes of The Scene and the Unseen at scenenunseen.in and any podcast app of your choice. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Scene and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to sceneunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.